Alrighty, I'm here. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Sorry, that intro took like 10 minutes longer than I usually like to make it. Because I suddenly realized I needed to go and set up the straw poll for the next game you can vote for. Hello, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Feng Shane over on the YouTube side of things. Welcome to Valokar, welcome to Just Johnny. Welcome to you Don Luza, and welcome to anybody else who might have joined us right now or maybe even later. Anyways, welcome. So, for the straw poll, it is right now in chat if you'd like to peek over there. It's a straw poll that you can vote for which old school adventure we're gonna embark on next. We have just 4 choices. Darkstar, Realms of Arcania. This is technically a trilogy, but we would just be committing to playing the first one. I'm not sure I would have the... Well, I don't really know if I'm gonna like these games, but I would be really intrigued to just go back to those sometime, because I played the 3rd one in the trilogy when I was a kid, and I was completely dumbfounded and mystified on how you get anywhere on anything done in that game. It was just entirely question marks above my head, very confused. So I would be very intrigued to check that one out. The next one is Albion for DOS. So this has nothing to do... I think it has nothing to do with like the newer Albion and all Albion Online stuff. At least... Well, actually, I have no idea if it does. Anyways, this is like a Super Nintendo era style RPG, where part of it you explore in first person mode, I think mostly for dungeons and towns, as well as top-down adventure and turn-based combat on a grid. It's one of those RPGs that just looks really good, and it has a fascinating world to look into. I played the demo of this a long time ago when I was a kid, and well, it's another one that would be intrigued to just take a look at sometime. Then Eye of the Beholder. I don't really know much about it. I think it's a more classic dungeon crawler experience. Again, don't really know much about it, but people have suggested it many times, and it just kind of fits into this category. I don't know which version we're gonna play yet, but there were some people doing some research last stream, so I guess the Amiga version would be interesting, or there was one other one, I don't remember right now. And then Might and Magic 3. Please note this is not Heroes of Might and Magic 3, this is not the strategy game, this is the original branch of the series. Might and Magic, apparently 3 is kind of where the game started being a little bit more palatable for modern taste, if you will, rather than just haha you died kind of traps when the game developers didn't really know what to do yet. Aside from that, I don't know much about it. Technically, I have watched a Let's Play of this game by RPGenie over on YouTube many years ago, and I remember very little of it, so... yeah, that's a thing. Anyways, these are the ones you can vote for. Aside from that, I suggest let us hop back into Seeker of Mana. Welcome back everybody to this old gem of a game that I like to play once in a while, and in this case we're doing a Solo Cactus Challenge run with just the lady. Please note, the reason why I say lady is because the word girl is very difficult for me to pronounce, so I just usually don't. Last time we arrived at the Jabberwocky, and Jabberwocky is a big meanie, because we will just need to get lucky in order to be able to defeat that guy. Do you take damage in here? You do. You can damage transfer? I think those need to be very specific circumstances for the boy to take damage just into his screen transition. Sorry, that's just entirely aside from the topic. Last time we'd get 1 attempt at the Jabberwocky. This time we're gonna do 1 more attempt at Jabberwocky, so well, let's see how that's gonna go for us. We're using Elemental Weapon. This very slightly increases my base damage of the weapon, and elemental weapons don't actually deal elemental damage, so even though Jabberwocky resists ice and freezing spells from Undine, it does not in fact resist elemental weapons, because, well, they just add the special effect and a little bit of base damage to the weapon. Trying to give the Jabberwocky some jabs, pretty much. So, I'm gonna try and position myself around here. I don't know the exact position, but there is like a place where the lady just does not get hit by this guy's attacks, at least the heads anyways. But the big problem about this big double-headed lizard thing is that it can cast spells. These spells will kill me if they ever hit. And because he has absolutely no animation for when he is about to cast spells, he can just more or less randomly throw a spell at me and there's nothing I can do about that. If I'm in the middle of a punching animation, I won't be able to cancel out the damage. But even if I'm not in the punching animation, it is not terribly reliable to cancel out the damage with the lady. Plus, on top of that, this guy can occasionally just decide to cast Cure Water on himself. It's very rare that when he does that, but when he does, it's actually pretty annoying. Also, that poison would deal some damage to me, so I'm just gonna cancel that damage so I don't get moved around. And I think he is now at half HP. I believe now he has a chance to use Cure Water. And let me tell you, for whatever reason, this guy has so much magic power. I think he has actually more magic power than the Dark Lich at the end of the game. And he will heal himself for like half of his HP. And he has like, what, 950 HP or so? It takes a long time to whittle him down with just punching. And any moment he could just heal himself or cast Acid Storm. So far we've gotten pretty lucky, but it just requires one mistimed Acid Storm and we are toast. I seem to have at least gotten the location exactly where we don't get hit with the lady, so that's good. He can sometimes spam his physical abilities like Poison Gas as well if he feels like it. Admittedly, that Poison Gas ability is not a big deal. Like if I do take damage from it, it's just gonna be a little bit of damage because it's not split damage between all party members. But because Acid Storm normally is supposed to hit all three of your party members, well, we just get lucky. Just get lucky. What the heck? Normally, Acid Storm is split between all three party members. So all the damage being focused on one single character is a guaranteed one-shot on you at this point in the game. I believe it's not as guaranteed of a one-shot as it was for Fire Gigas, relative to how much HP we have, but we would need to level up like a good 5-10 levels to have a chance of surviving. And that would take a long time because of how the experience curve works. And again, they got resurrected. More like the Jabbered Urwocky, are you right? I suppose so. And welcome as well, Nighty and Phoenix and anybody else who might have joined us. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Alrighty. Honestly, I kind of expected to get like... I was gonna go 5 attempts and then we gain what level and then we do another 5 attempts and maybe gain more levels. But first try today, we just get lucky instead. How very convenient. We're also gonna go out of our way and grab a certain Midge Mallet before we go anywhere else. Well, I say that, but actually, we're gonna go and grab a weapon upgrade before we do that too. Alrighty. Or are we doing that? Because then I will need to revive the other guys. Oh, the Spring Beak is gonna be a pain. I just realized. Oh no. Well, I suppose it's not gonna be nearly as much of a pain as it would be on the boy. Or the sprite, which is punching. Delicious chocolate. An appropriate snack for the rabbi today. It is. So, Okay, actually, I guess it makes sense to go over to get the Mage Mallet first. Now, we could also get a slight armor upgrade here, and in fact, that's probably a good choice, because I will probably get whacked around a bunch. The downside is we have to go and get the new equipment pieces from Neko, because, well, he's the only one selling stuff around here. Actually, do I need to buy this now, or can I buy this still in the town after freeing the Moogle village? I actually don't know. Would you like to build a snowman? I forgot we had still Undini's weapon equipped. For some interesting reason, you basically whack the enemy that you land on right there. Hello. So, basically after you defeat the Jabberwocky, you can go to Gaia's Navel and get the Mage Mallet. Now the curious thing is, when you traded cannon travel from Gaia's Navel into the upper lands, the forest, you actually my brain is trying to do other stuff simultaneously, sorry. When you take the cannon travel to the upper lands, it replaces the cannon travel to Gaia's Navel. So if you want to go and grab the Mage Mallet, it's actually more efficient to go to the upper lands first and from there go over to Gaia's Navel, because otherwise it just doesn't work that way. Like, it's a bit annoying that it doesn't replace the Water Palace cannon travel, because, you know, traveling over to the Water Palace is literally slower than just walking for a lot of cases. Well, from that cannon in particular it is. Which is kind of why it's peculiar that they replace the upper land, or well, the Gaia's Navel cannon travel with the upper land one. I don't know if there might be a more technical reason why they replaced the second option in line rather than the first one. And the first one had to be the Water Palace because of the cutscene stuff earlier. I don't really know, but it kind of means that you have to take a bit of a roundabout way to get over here. Punch only. A punch. Hey, Toasted Circling, welcome, hope you're doing well. Also welcome to you as well, Raya Power, welcome back. Oh, and this is why I still buy Cups of Wishes. Because, even though this is all a challenge run, you cannot cannon travel with a character that in your party. It just doesn't work. Next challenge, going through the game using cannon falling damage only. Not possible, but hilarious. Can you imagine? We just tell the boss, alrighty, can you come over to the Water Palace? Then we run over to the cannon, fall onto his head, and tell him, alright, just stay here like 30 more times, and then we go back over the cannon. But it would take forever. Alrighty, now you guys are allowed to take a nap. But you're not allowed to contribute any meaningful damage. This guy's actually gonna hit the lady because, well, she was the one right next to him targeting. I also needed to go and rest at the inn in order to recover my MP. Guys, just get hit. There we go. Oh, okay, it hit the boy. That's fine. Alrighty, welcome to the mini-boss fight here. This is the first required mini-boss encounter, and these guys have a good chunk of HP, and more importantly, they have evasion. Which makes them actually really annoying to deal with. Because they have evasion, my punches are not guaranteed to land. It's like, once again, about a 35% chance to just miss. The Frosted is more for crowd control reasons, rather than it being necessary. It also, well, once again, it slightly increases the damage I do by virtue of giving me slightly more base damage. It is like 2 extra base damage or something. Excuse me. In case you're curious, these guys are like earth enemies, so the Stone Saber is not going to petrify them, unfortunately. Which is a bit annoying, because, well, that would be really good against these enemies that have a good chunk of HP that we have to punch through. Ouch. Yeah, I guess I'll have to heal soon. I suppose I need to recover my MP anyway, so I might as well use my MP to heal here. Do these guys have the same stats as you fight them later? Yes, I do not believe they are any different than the regular enemy. According to Crow, on the other hand, they do have the highest, or like the most complicated and complex AI script of any enemy, which, you know, kind of makes sense. They have that spinny attack, they have the diving thing, they have the stones throwing around, they try to get closer to your character in order to hit you, move in your direction and such. And also, like every enemy, you occasionally just get stuck on terrain, because, you know, every enemy does that. Alright, 1 down. Punch. 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 Alrighty. We eventually defeat them. And our prize is the Moogle village being back in order. And one of these chests, I don't remember which one, contains an axe orb. This is not what I'm looking for. And the other one contains a glove orb. We finally get to upgrade our glove weapon. And this one does have a special effect, where if you punch an enemy and they're not immune to being put to sleep or knocked unconscious, then they will get knocked unconscious. Which may sound nice. It is some crowd control, but it also can just be annoying for reasons that we will explore soon, and I'm sure we will see that soon. Anyways, talking to the Moogle here will teach us how we can get into the village, and also, no. I need to buy some equipment here. So, we still have the Kung Fu dress, but we can buy a quill cap. And once again, the Cobra bracelet technically has slightly more defense than the power wrist, but the power wrist plus 5 attack power is just way too good to not have, honestly. So we don't grab this one. And I thought there was also an armor upgrade, but I was wrong. That is in the village, I suppose. But, you know, 7 extra defense is pretty good. Can we save here? Pretty sure we can save. Alrighty, and with this, we want to train a little bit. So, this guy is now knocked unconscious. And you might notice that every time I hit this guy when he is knocked unconscious, my character just does that combo move. This is the exact same attack animation as if I were to charge up my attack to level 1. Unfortunately, it does not actually deal the appropriate extra increased damage for it. So it is just knocking enemies unconscious, which is good, so they can't do anything. But my character is just doing the triple attack animation every single time now when they are knocked unconscious. And I'm attacking them from close range, so to speak. Making this a little bit more awkward than it needs to be. The unconscious status work is also not guaranteed to land, although it is reasonably likely. I think the common drop is a droplet from the Silk Tail here. Oh, I think that's the rare drop for 158 gold. We need to recover our MP and there's no inn anywhere nearby, so I'm pretty sure we could cannon travel back, but that would mean I would need to revive the other guys, which is 300 gold per couple of wishes. So at that point I might as well just buy a fairy walnut to recover my MP instead. Ow, that was a lot of damage. Actually a lot more than I expected this to be. Welcome as well, Arcana Magic. I probably should just use candy to heal at this point, because they are so much easier and cheaper to replenish. Also, of course, the owls. These owls apparently can also be knocked unconscious. I love their big face just upside down like that when they are knocked unconscious. It's also kind of lucky that all the enemies here, when they're knocked unconscious, can be further damaged by our attack. Like, they do... Oh, stop that. They do still take extra damage when we hit them while knocked unconscious. That is not true for all enemies. A lot of enemies are just immune while in the heavy knockdown state, which is the same that the unconscious attack ends up using. Also, whenever your attack is confused, these owls just attack you like 5 times a second. It's ridiculous. But as soon as you're not confused anymore, it's perfectly fine, I guess. But yeah, these are actually mildly dangerous when they still have enough attack power to deal some damage to you. Well, there's another owl just north of here. Let's just not play with the owls. However, what we can play with are these guys. So these are steam crabs, I think. And their common drop, when they do drop a chest, is actually a fairy walnut. So this would be another way of us replenishing our fairy walnut amount. They also do give a decent amount of money. I think they have a good chunk of physical defense, however, so our fist weapon not having particularly great attack power is a little bit awkward. On the bright side, these enemies I think are immune to being knocked unconscious, which is a good thing, because if they weren't, their heavy knockdown animation, I'm pretty sure you cannot deal any further damage to them, making it pretty awkward to try and defeat them with this weapon right now. They do appear to also have evasion. Shouldn't her name be Judy? You know, Judy would have been a great name, I would agree. Unfortunately, there's no way to rename your characters in this game. Well, that's not technically true. If you're willing to use arbitrary script execution, I'm pretty sure you could reinitiate the lady joining you dialogue, but then she would be at level 1 again. Pungent Judy? I don't know if that's a reference to something, but Judy would still be a great name, because it's very close to Judo. And we're confused, that's okay. No steamed crab stuff for us. And this opens up the passage to the right. We're gonna knock you unconscious. So, and then we can actually do some grinding here if we want to. These Silktails, I think, give some of the best experience and money around here, which is very handy. And maybe we just get more rare drops. Maybe that's the common drop. I could be wrong. I thought it was chocolate as a common drop. We got that twice in a row now. So this crab cannot be hurt during that animation in particular, this one. And also the heavy knockdown, I think it cannot be hurt by... Well, actually, I'm not sure about that entirely. It's an old British puppet show. I see. I actually was not aware of that. And Dragon BSC, thank you. Thank you kindly for 21 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. The more you know, the more you realize on how much you don't know. At least that's always how I finish that sentence. And welcome as well, the guy in Cognito. Hope you're doing well today. Oh. We could try to defeat Springbeak without too much more preparation. I was thinking we probably want to have some fairy walnuts. But we're also likely going to be just fine, I suppose. Also, riot gas, now we're Moogle. Moogle status does wear off after some time, that's kind of funny, when you can just run around as a Moogle. Right, so... we need to recover our mana, so fairy walnuts it is. We could just cannon travel back instead, which would be cheaper a little bit, but again, we would need to buy Cups of Wishes in order to facilitate that anyways. Now we're moogling around. Sometimes. Alright, good enough for now. See. Alrighty, let's try whether we can defeat the Springbeak, because that one's going to be not nearly as obnoxious as it would be with the boy only punching, because we have means and ways of defending ourselves against the spells it throws at us. Also, I forgot I should have gone up here just to watch this cutscene. In case we die, then we would need to watch the cutscene again. But if I watched it earlier and then saved, it would have been gone. Alrighty, welcome to Springbeak. This guy is gonna be very annoying for us to deal with, because we have to not hit his beak. He's also casting a spell now, I don't know which one, but no matter what he casts, if I cast Remedy on myself, it will get cured. Balloon would, well, balloon our character, which literally stuns us for like 20 seconds or so. It's very, very bad to get hit by balloon in this game. And especially higher level balloons just take a long time. If he casts Air Blast, we just deny the damage because the remedy effect just cancels it out. Basically any effect cancels it out. So we have to specifically hit him, and this is Thunder, we know what this is. We have to specifically hit him on the back, so to speak. If you hit the front of him, he will basically use his beak as a shield, if you will. And the terrifying thing about this guy using his beak as a shield is because he keeps turning around, we often need to just walk around him in order to do that. Sometimes when he's jumping around like this, you can actually hit him. Well, I don't really know the extent of how it exactly works, but he will usually just end up doing like that multi-jump and go back to the middle afterwards. And while he's jumping, he doesn't change his facing direction. If we get above him, that's actually ideal, because then we can just more easily avoid hitting his beak entirely. And that's pretty good so far. This also has less HP than the Jabberwocky, and it does not heal itself. So, when you hear that high-pitched zing noise, that is when you hit the beak instead of anything else. Also, apparently I can hit him before the spell goes off, so that's good to know. With the solo character challenge run as a boy, you just have to get lucky that you don't get ballooned and then air blasted or thundered, because this guy, like a bunch of the previous bosses, normally targets your entire party with its spells, and the damage is scaled to hit 3 targets, not just 1. So if you take more than triple damage because of defense calculation stuff, you just don't survive a single target air blast or thunder from this guy. I think we might be able to hit him there. Also, of course, he has evasion, so that's just awkward. But yeah, I think we're doing just fine here. We have extra stuff to work with. And thanks to the lady having a very easy way to cancel out damage, it's really not that big of a difficulty spike for us. Jump back. Thank you. Normally you can use ranged weapons like the javelin or the bow in order to just entirely circumvent his beak acting as a shield, because I think they just ignore the shield if I'm not mistaken. The boomerang doesn't seem to quite work as well from what I can recall. Effectively, the way the game... Oh, I need mana. I'm too slow now. Oh no. Okay, we managed to open the menu in time. I needed to recover mana earlier. That was sloppy. Sorry, I interrupted myself and forgot what it was about. Can you run this guy out of MP? Yes, technically. He does have 99 MP, so it would take a while. And by that time, we just knocked him out in time. Anyways, yeah, his beak shield you can easily circumvent with just projectile weapons specifically. Like the javelin and the bow are just my personal preference. Well, I guess technically my preference is the bow because it's the highest, well, the strongest projectile weapon you have at this point. And because in boss battles, the area your weapons covered is functionally doubled, so your reach is slightly extended, that actually works against you trying to not hit his beak. Like, you can be reasonably far away from his beak and you will still hear the zing noise and it just deflects the damage anyways. Welcome as well, Sakanakawa. Hope you're doing well today. Hungry Goraya. That actually, I've recently thought about Hungry Goraya because she occasionally, well actually no, she frequently does like reviews of older games she plays through on her channel and posts them on YouTube. I actually meant to check out whether she had any of the games that I currently have in my straw poll on the list. Whether she has any opinions on them. Let me put this into the straw poll thing right now. Forgot to add my command. Save the game, yes please. Where is my straw poll? I almost need a search function in this. There it is. There we go. Also, by the way, technically we could skip sealing this mana seed here if we wanted to. But the downside is that sealing every mana seed actually gives you a very slight boost to your stats like defense, attack power, etc., as well as magic power, and sealing each seed is also what gives you the ability to level up your spells to the next level. So, right now, our spells are now capable of being leveled up to level 3. Which is a little bit better than what it used to be. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take a little bit of time just to level up my gnome all the way to level 3, because using Stone Saber just makes it significantly easier to deal with a lot of random enemies, especially if we're doing a little bit of grinding, and the higher your saber elemental is, the better it is. So, as I've mentioned in yesterday actually, if you are casting spells in safe areas, such as towns, where your weapons are not drawn, you do actually only gain half the experience for casting magic. for arcane reasons. However, this, for whatever reason, is not considered a safe area, so our weapons are in fact out and about, and drawn, so to speak. So, we can heal up our mana right here, start casting spells, and just level it up reasonably fast here. I believe the randomizer implemented like a hidden enemy inside here where you can even level up the sprite spells as well if you are up for grinding out here a little bit, if you'd like to. But yeah, this is all I wanted to do. Now we can cast Stone Saber. And this is going to last a decent chunk of time, because while normally we knock enemies unconscious with our weapon, I believe the secondary effect does get replaced. So now we petrify enemies. And even enemies that are immune to petrification, I think they don't get knocked unconscious, although I'm not entirely sure about that. Anyways, I'll let 3 Silktails spawn up there, so no enemy down here is on the way, because we still need the sprite to open up a passage. Once again, there's just not really a whole lot you can do about that, unless you are using like major glitches to skip past certain parts. But we just have to use the sprite as a glorified lockpick to be able to get past certain checkpoints. I'm trying to get them knocked out, but sometimes the enemies have strange attack behaviors. By the way, fun fact about these guys, when they do their twirling like spin attack, that one never deals damage. It literally doesn't have a hurt box. Yeah, this guy would normally get knocked unconscious, but he can't because I have Elemental Stone Saber. I think these can be petrified. Maybe not. It's not a guarantee to petrify enemies for what it's worth. Oh, hey! I mean, this is a common drop for spells. By the way, fun fact, if you use Analyzer on a chest and then it blinks red, this means the trap is disabled. It's so backwards, by the way. The chest blinking red means that you have disabled any potential trap that is in there. If you have enough agility on your character, then you will always guaranteed never get a trap in a chest. However, if you don't have enough agility, depending on which enemy drops the chest, you need a higher level of Analyzer potentially in order to guarantee disabled traps in the chest. But when I was a kid, I read that, oh, well, you can check for traps in chests. So I thought, oh, it's blinking red, so this means there's a trap in there. But no. Oh, I need to use a fairy wand, and I'm such a dingus. I used up my mana, just... oh, I guess I used... it's fine, it's fine. Basically, I thought I was being clever, just not opening the chests that were blinking red, when in reality, in this game, it's the other way around. It's so weird. Challenge, win every boss fight after the boss runs out of MP, unless the Asker reveals the MP of the boss. Yeah, that's one of them. This guy seems to have a good chunk of physical defense, so unless we get a crit, we actually don't punch through this guy's defense particularly well. Alrighty, we have to use the axe in order to get through here. And welcome to the Mushroom Village. This is where we get a very slight armor upgrade. It's a slight armor upgrade because the lady already has a decently strong armor in the ninja armor at this point of the game, which does have higher defense than the sprites and the boys armor previously. Why am I going to the cell menu? But the fancy overall is just across the board a little bit better. This is also where we can buy fairy walnuts for the first time at the normal price, which is 500 GP. We could, you know what, just in case, we could also buy a wolf span. So this one does have some potential use. I'm still going to use the power wrist as a priority because of the +5 strength. The wolf's armband gives you +5 agility. And I just talked about traps and how you can disable them via the use of, you know, high enough agility. So if you know what the exact agility is you need in order to disable traps from certain chests, you might be able to equip the wolf's armband +5 agility in order to guarantee circumvent the trap. Although I think... No, actually the boy can equip it. Never mind. The Matango team slaps. Kinda. Also, for whatever reason, and I always like pointing this one out, there's a place you can go here. It's a bit strange, but I guess kind of fun. The legendary knight. She's only one girl. I mean, she can be a legendary knight. I don't see a problem with that. Save your game, yes indeed. This also recovers our mana, so we have all the mana. The ghost needs some sleep. Yeah, I mean, if you are dead and running around as a ghost, make sure you go to bed with your party members, well, alongside your party members more like. And this is going to mean that you're going to wake up just perfectly normal again. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Anyways, welcome to this place. We're just gonna run through. I don't really have any reason to do much else. We need our whip in order to jump across here. Technically there's other ways around it, but I think all of these ways usually involve at least 2 characters. And I need the whip here again, which is why I didn't unequip it until now. Then again, I think I need to go and equip... No, you don't need the X inside here, do you? Silence! And this owl just hit me. You know what? This is something I do way too often. I forgot to equip the new armor that I just bought earlier. It's just 5 more defense. You know, actually that's a decent amount, I guess. And the owl is unconscious. So, then... I forgot. I needed a sprite. Also, these guys here specifically cannot be hurt in their heavy knockdown state, so... That is actually where knocking the enemies unconscious is quite annoying. And one of the weird cases where it might be more effective for me to just charge up my attack. Actually, I believe this is not technically a higher level status effect, so they are gonna be unconscious for longer. Well, I'm actually not entirely sure whether that's true or not. And as usual, they just have evasion, so... Did I miss with my physical attack? Because, you know, punches are a bit shorter than a sword. Or did the game just decide, nah, you don't hit? Here, once again, you literally can't hit this guy because he's knocked unconscious. Because of the animation frames he's in, they don't have a hitbox. I also didn't realize I was this close to a level, so that's kind of nice. I suppose they never get up and immediately attack. They always take a little bit before they wind up their attacks. So I suppose that has some fringe case uses, even on enemies, that do get knocked down and can't be hurting during that time. Alrighty, that's right, I need you. Thank you, perfect. These owls actually frequently don't attack unless your character is confused. But this one decided to do that anyways. Alrighty, so I've only leveled up Stone Saber. It's rather expensive. So I'm just gonna use Ice Saber just because it's cheaper. Because I predict we're gonna get hit a bunch. Welcome to this boss. I don't know if charging up my attacks is a good idea against this one. Truth be told. Yeah, no, this is not a good charge attack. Righty, so this is the Great Viper. And when you hit it, it usually momentarily stops and has a chance to cast Gem Missile. Now this Gem Missile doesn't deal the most amount of damage, but it does have a... well, it knocks you down. And this guy has actually some rather nasty properties when he does get to physically attack you. Oh, he actually didn't hit me. Let me just cast Analyzer on him. While I'm casting spells, I'm entirely immune against anything he does. He also only has 8 MP, so he can only use Gem Missiles 4 times, maximum. Anyways, he always moves in diagonals. And when you recognize the pattern, it actually starts becoming relatively easy to hit him and not get hit yourself. And once again, boss battles do double the reach, or well, double the coverage of my weapons. I cast Analyzer on him just to deny the damage from myself, as well as lock him into place. Because Great Viper has 2 main modes of attacking with physical attacks. This is gonna hit me again and again. One is, he just moves. If he rolls over you, you just take damage, because he basically has, while he's moving, a consistent active hurt box. Also, I'm getting Pygmy right here, so I'm gonna deny the Pygmy status here. Pygmy means that you have 0 physical defense, and this means that this guy would hit even harder than he already does. Well, to be fair, he doesn't hit that hard right now, but when you're Pygmy, you can easily get comboed just to death from this guy. Oh no. Okay, I think there's one more Gem Missile. Analyzer just to see, and lock him in place. So basically, every time he changes direction, it's considered a new attack for the purposes of this guy doing anything. When he opens his mouth, that is also a different attack, and that's the last Gem Missile. So I'm gonna just heal here. When he opens his mouth, that is also considered a new attack. So technically what he can do, or if you get unlucky with positioning, is he can roll over you, hit you once, change direction, hit you a second time, and then open his mouth in order to hit you a third time in quick succession. And because of how the game stacks damage onto the player, when he opens his mouth, he has a chance to Pygmy you, turning into a mini character with severely reduced defense. And consequently, it can actually apply the Pygmy status before it calculates any of the other damage, and effectively just combo you from 100% health all the way down to nothing remaining. So that is potentially really dangerous. So I want to be really careful around this. On the right side, Gem Missile can no longer hit stun me, and then get me into trouble because of that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw that one coming. By the way, the open mouth animation still deals damage to you, but it's not that much by itself. However, it is enough to be of a concern, but because I removed the Pygmy status before the damage is calculated, it actually ends up going up against my armor and just negate the damage instead. But the knockdown still happens because it's like a a cutscene knockdown because he ate my character and you just get hurt because of it or something. I actually don't really know the details. But not that big of a deal to deal with this guy, seems. Very manageable. Great Viper was a nemesis on your first playthrough? Yeah. Great Viper is the first boss where if you don't level up your spells, or maybe you just don't know about the concept of leveling up in general. This was my first RPG, I had no idea that leveling and grinding was much of a concept at all. I just kept playing. But yeah, he is weak to Sylph spells, but if you don't level up Sylph to at least level 1, they actually don't deal that great of a damage, and you're bound to run out of MP because of it. Yay! Dr. Negative, thank you so much for the 11 months with the Prime thing. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. So we need to canon travel again, so we are going to try and keep the other characters awake as well here. Am I... We're going desert first, because I'm thinking about something. Actually, is desert first even correct? Or should we go to Ice Country first? Because of the upgraded equipment. Nah, it'll be fine. We don't need the upgraded equipment. All the way to the desert. Alright, let's try. And welcome to the desert. In order to get through the desert, you have a variety of different paths you can take. You can go up, which you always have to go up at the very least here, then left or right, and then down or up, and then the opposite of what you did before. So if you went left and you go right, basically just do a little circle back to the previous screen that you were in, but from a different angle. That's the short version. The desert technically also wraps around, so that's a thing too. Also, there's this big guy here in the way, but we don't even need to worry too much about the damage we can take, because we're gonna get a full heal here anyways, because our party is gonna get split up. Oh, ship. We're saved. Some days. Get to work. What do we work on? Alright, sorry. You might notice I'm talking to the guy that is behind the text box about like 5 tiles away from me. You're not normally supposed to be able to do that. I press the B button 1 frame after gaining control of my character, and for whatever reason, if you do that, well, you interact with the first character that the game loads into memory, and this just happens to be Surgu up there. The thing is, you have to talk to him a second time anyways, so even if you do a speedrun, that is not terribly helpful to do. But it's a thing you can do. By the way, did you know you can moonwalk in this game? Basically, if you hold down the B button and L or R, then your character just never changes his facing direction. So you can do a little bit of goofy stuff here. Normally when you press the B button in normal combat areas, that is also the way you charge up your weapon. So it does have like very minor positional use to not change your facing direction. But it's not like the game ever tells you about that you can do that, so most people just don't know. And it just looks a little bit strange when you just walk or run backwards through here. Make a log entry, sure, this is saving. As long as I played correctly, we should be fine defeating the Mech Rider anyways. Welcome as well, Kinmullak. Hope you're doing well today. Massage my back. Yeah, I think she would just punch his back instead. On the bright side, from all... By the way, fun fact, this guy up there is going to face whichever direction is opposite of where we're facing, so if you moonwalk into him, he's just gonna turn his back to you as well. We show him the cold shoulder, he's showing us the cold shoulder. Punch massage indeed. Righty, welcome to the Mech Rider. This guy is the last boss that has less than 1000 HP. And the gimmick of his is that if you are vertically on the same position as he is, he will just dash across the screen, trying to run you over with his machine. So what he can try and do is you can just intentionally let him run across. Oh, I didn't do that right. Yeah, he's now using speed up. I can intentionally let him just dash across the screen. Wait. Oh, what a dingus. Wait here. And then just punch him once. The reason why I let him dash every time we go across is actually quite silly. If I hit him right now, he will counterattack. Right now his counterattack is speed up. If he doesn't have the speed up buff, he will always speed up himself. But when he is not using speed up, he will shoot these little rockets at me. And these little rockets are dangerous. If the explosion hits us, well, all three explosions hit us, that is 150 damage. And we basically just die if that happens, so let's have that not happen, preferably. Also, sometimes he just does this just naturally. Basically, if he is about to initiate a charge attack across the screen, but gets interrupted for whatever reason, then he will always also do one of these little attacks. It's either counter-attack or he basically charges up his charge attack. And then you move out of the way before he finishes, like, or unleashes his charge attack, if you will. Why are you going up now? So this guy occasionally can get stuck in weird places, such as this one here. Although I think it's not usually that easy to get him to go in there. Are you going up right now? No, you're going down. Are you going up now? It's going down. So I think what we need to have happen is we need him to hit the top of the screen, where he is going to then subsequently go down or up. Excuse me. He needs to just naturally be moving down before doing his dash attack. Okay, now he's moving down across these cacti, which means he's now at the bottom here, which is good because we want him to... No, I want him to go up. I'm backwards. Okay, he speeds up again, because I moved out of his range. basically, there's a weird way of getting him stuck right here. I've done that only once, and I've never been able to reproduce it since. It's kind of my white whale. I don't know how exactly to get him stuck there. Then again, this is supposed to be glitchless, so maybe I shouldn't do that anyways. I mean, it's not like it's a particularly dangerous encounter, but basically he can dash to the right here, and then he tries to go up for some reason, which means he just gets stuck on the cactus and the rock. Oh, I guess I'm not figuring this out right now. Anyways, he doesn't have a whole lot of MP to work with, so you can eventually run him out of magic. Let me actually check how much MP he has. Analyze only costs... speed up only costs like 3 MP or 4 MP. Okay, he can cast speed up one more time, which means he will be out of MP the next time he is going to try and cast that. Or after next time he casts it. Okay, now his magic has faded, so if I hit him... while he is moving up and down, eventually he's gonna cast speed up, and this is the last time he can cast speed up. Now, because he's out of mana, he will attempt to cast speed up. Once the buff runs out, he will fail, and then just do nothing in return. So there is purpose to running this kind of MP, because that way we can pretty much guarantee to circumvent the little rocket attacks. So here he goes. And now what I can do is I can just attack him with impunity effectively. And as long as I'm not on his like vertical alignment where he can run me over, he's just gonna very slowly hover up and down. Unfortunately, if I just keep missing, I can't switch sides. Ow. Anyways, we just punch him in the head a bunch of times. Once we eventually... Okay, I was just facing the wrong direction. That's on me. Once we eventually get to hit him. When he's dashing across, he doesn't do the speed up thing either. Running him out of MP usually is way too slow. You see it. What I can also do alternatively is cast a spell on him. Once again, while I'm casting a spell, I'm immune to any damage that he could possibly attack me with. Okay, one last attempt here. Having him get stuck here, and that failed. That's alright. 173 HP remaining on this guy. Of course I miss. And just one more. Actually, it's two more, isn't it? Yeah. He had like 1 HP remaining or something. Or 3. And the reason why we go to the desert first is now we can actually go and do a little bit of grinding. And this is a grind I tend to do usually because it's just very, very efficient to do this here, especially if you play the game glitchless. Although I'm actually not convinced whether you want to call this glitchless if you want to be like that about it. Technically, I'm not using a glitch, I'm just using the game's mechanics to circumvent a certain thing. You will see in a second what I mean with that. Alright. Oh, they don't sell candy anymore here. I used to have a candy earlier. That's okay. When's the next glove upgrade? I actually don't know. Where's my spreadsheet? Did I have a different... Ah, there we go. Let's see. The next claw weapon is from Metal Mantis. Actually, no, Ice Palace in it just. Chakra Fist. Alrighty, so... Oh wait, I can't even do that unless I use my other characters in some secondary capacity. Alright, never mind, we can't do this one. Walrus Town. Yes, we're going to go there. I was gonna go into the Fire Palace to punch my way up the ramp, but then I forgot that I need to do this with 3 characters, and that would be using the other characters too in order to facilitate that, which it wouldn't be quite in the spirit of things. So I guess we don't do that. We can buy a significant armor and helmet upgrade with the golden vest and the raccoon cap. And once again, this might be the first time you might want to consider upgrading your accessory slot from the power wrist to the silver band. I think it's like 8 extra defense. But I'm still sticking to the power wrist for the extra damage output. But the armor and helmet upgrades are like massive in this game at this point. So from here we head over to the Ice Country. Adventures of Elliot. Hey Zuko Blue, welcome, hope you're doing well. Is this the recently-ish game released by Square, I believe? I think I've seen Jenna Bane play that one a little bit. And I feel like it's gonna be a lot like Octopath Traveler, where to me it feels a bit like too many checklists to just go and check off. Which I don't necessarily resonate with too well, unfortunately. It looks great. It looks very intriguing potentially too. It just feels like I would get just so bogged down by trying to do all the little things on the side that I end up just burning myself out on it. At least that would be my expectation. Walrus friends. Actually, maybe one tiny little minor thing in the Walrus Town. Oh my goodness. So many walrus emotes. It's great. For some reason, you can walk here. It's entirely useless and pointless to know that or say anything about it, but you can go here. I don't know why, but sometimes knowing these little side things can be interesting. And enjoy music. Very nice and serene. Complete opposite of what it's supposed to be, because these wolves are dangerous. Like, these things are genuinely no joke. Thankfully, these wolves can be knocked unconscious and damaged while they're unconscious, so that works. Alternatively, what you can also use, this is a great time to unpack the Stone Saber, because these wolves can be petrified. And once again, petrification in this game is not just a crowd control, it also reduces enemies' current HP by half. So this means I basically petrify them and then deal damage to them. So if I get a high damage roll, I actually just one-shot these guys, thanks to petrification, reducing their current HP by half before the damage occurs. So this is a pretty effective way of leveling, or grinding a bit of money around here. Petrification is not guaranteed to land with a petrification weapon, but it's a very high probability. I just don't know what the probability is. These guys also can be petrified, but I think they have just a little bit too much defense for us right now to one-shot them. And HP for that matter. There's a demo with a large chunk of story if you want to try it without throwing $60 at it. It's $60? Yeah, I think I would prioritize other games. Thank you for the suggestion, Otsukablu. I appreciate it. Because on the surface it really looked like a game I might enjoy. It's just a bit of gameplay I've seen kind of ended up indicating otherwise. But yeah, these wolves, by the way, they have one of the fastest movement speeds in the entire game, and their attacks are really fast on top of that. Consequently, they can just hit you, and they hit decently hard as well, making it very dangerous to run around in this area and try and level with a solo character. With a team, you might just take a good chunk of damage here and there. But as a solo character, they can potentially just whack you really hard and you go down. Alright, then we have Boreal Face. This is the next boss. This guy is where it's useful to be able to moonwalk. If I just wait before attacking until the pumpkin explodes while having my back, or actually, if I just hug the corners here, the pumpkins will not actually hit me at all. Like, all of these corners just work because functionally I think what is happening is the pumpkin explodes on top of the trees, and for the purposes of seeing whether you get hit by these things or not, this functionally... Why is there a plant in the top right? This functionally means it's considered to be on the high ground at a higher elevation, so we can't get hit. Why is there a plant in the top right? No, that doesn't normally spawn, does it? Can the Boreal Face even spawn in the top right now? Because a plant is there? It can. That's so weird. What are the normally that plant does not spawn, by the way. I don't know what the conditions are for it to spawn. Also, this is one of the few instances where charging up your weapon is actually a good choice, because due to the cyclical nature of you can only really get one hit in for the most part against this guy, might as well just make that hit be decently strong, and you're waiting for him to resurface anyways. And that plant is now over there. By the way, he also has evasion, so even though sometimes I'm clearly supposed to hit, well, I don't. Because I'm pretty sure only the leg sweep attack here actually can hit when I'm at the top, hugging the walls. The Bramblers are the exact same as in Tropicola fight. Yes, this is why they deal no damage. The Bramblers have the exact same stats. Adventures of Elliot. More Bonnet than Elliot, you enjoyed it a lot. Maybe I just need to take a second look then. Yeah. I think the way this was supposed to be, enemies technically have a weapon equipped. They use different weapons for different attacks, if you will. So I think what was supposed to happen is that these vines were supposed to have a higher level, like, vine attack weapon equipped in order for them to deal any damage, but they didn't end up giving them, like, the upgraded weapons. Through glitches you can actually technically equip enemy weapons too, which is leading sometimes to very bizarre results. Where you can equip the Rabbite head attack, and that just moves you in weird ways. Anyways, this boss here, absolutely no trouble for us. Very convenient. And we get actually another element. In fact, normally this would be where the power of the lady here would spike in terms of just outright utility. Since this is where she gets for the first time an offensive spell that deals damage. It's not particularly great damage relative to the sprite, but having offensive spells at all is significantly better damage output than what the lady could normally facilitate otherwise. With Salamandos, Fire Bouquet by the way deals more damage than Flame Wall even though it costs less mana. But again, it's not as high of a base power as the sprite spells, but they are still good. However, because this is a punch-only challenge, we are not going to use offensive spells. I allow myself to use buff spells to improve our punching. So, from Salamander we just get a Flame Saber, which admittedly is still good. When you have the Flame Saber equipped, it means that... You'll stop attacking. You're not allowed to. The Flame Saber equipped means that enemies get engulfed in fire, which means they take ticking damage, just 1 damage at a time, so it's not really a big deal on how much damage they take, but they are crowd controlled and can't do anything in the meantime. And this is functionally better than knocking enemies unconscious, because unconscious enemies, if you hit them again, they wake up. However, engulfed in flames means that they just can be engulfed in flames over and over again, and you can just pile damage onto them. Importantly, if enemies can be engulfed in flames, then this also means that they're never gonna get into their hurt animation, so you always will be able to pile more and more damage onto them on top. Alrighty, so however, we're gonna probably just stick to using our higher level saber here for now. But I will buy a new fairy walnut. Sure, it's slightly more expensive, but what are we going to use our money for here anyways? And it's unlikely I will need all of the fairy walnuts anyways, but just in case, I'm gonna buy one more before we head into the Ice Palace. And also we can save here. By the way, no matter which version you play, if you walk into here from the lower area, from where we just came from, saving here is perfectly safe. You might know this place as the location where you can glitch out your save file. 2 things about this. If you enter from here, you can also go down and then back up. Saving here is perfectly safe. But even if you glitch out your save file by landing here with Flammy and then save, you can actually regain your save file guaranteed no matter what. It might just be a little bit awkward. All you need to do is you need to go to any area in the game with a different save file, hold start select L and R for like 5 seconds, which by the way, just tapping LR and start and select at the same time gives you a soft reset, but you need to hold it for 5 seconds during that reset, and then afterwards you can load that save, and it will put your save file with the cactus and all the stats into the location you were just in. So it's effectively like a weird way of wrong warping into places that you may or may not supposed to be in. If these blue slimes hit us, they have a very high probability of turning us into a snowman, which is actually pretty bad, because that would remove my stone saber that I have equipped right now. And let this guy attack downwards. Also, this is our next weapon upgrade. This glove upgrade will give us a Chakra Fist. Maybe the only potentially like mildly useful weapon of the glove class family, unless you consider the knocking enemies unconscious with the Moogle Claw thing to be useful. Which I suppose has fringe case uses. Anyways, the Chakra Fist gives you +1 wisdom and +1 intelligence to your stats. Effectively, you deal ever so slightly a tiny bit more offensive damage with the sprites and the latest offensive spells when they have the weapon equipped. None of these enemies drop anything particularly interesting. It's actually kind of a shame. Until the very end game, for the most part, enemies' item drops are just not that interesting in this game. Alrighty, and we get thrown into the pit with 3 very unfortunate little creatures. These have the exact same attack power as the very first one of this type that we've encountered, and the left one is even stuck in place, it literally cannot move anywhere. So yeah, these poor fellas, they just stand no chance because they literally can't deal any damage to you if you have current equipment equipped at this point in the game. If we crit the guy on the left, it actually might have a chance to... No, it needs to deal over 300 damage in one hit to knock him out. Anyways, let's get this guy into transformation as well. These guys can still try to eat us, but it's not a big deal. Fun fact, when they eat you, they technically make your cactus sprite invisible, and right now I can actually walk around a little bit while I'm still invisible during this little, like, specific state. And even the next guy can just start eating me as well. Invisible cactus have some really strange properties in this game. Oh, actually didn't realize you would be in range of trying to eat me. It's inconvenient because now... Okay, this should be fine. So, oh, this guy didn't come close enough. Oh, I didn't actually I thought the guy on the left could never even eat me, by the way. I believed that he would not be able to do that, but apparently if you're above him you can. Anyways, they never deal any damage to us. Yeah, we're just getting moved all over the place. Also, yes, each one of them can heal up to 3 times, so it's gonna just take a bit. It is weird, it is. If you use the magic rope in the last biting lizard fight, forget what the little guy is called, you can actually get invisible characters. Which, again, having invisible cactus in your party has some really strange properties. But I have not figured out a way to get invisible cactus to just stay permanently in this or the Undine fight at all. Because it doesn't seem like you can interrupt that action ever. Could you guys just stop doing that? Again, they're not dangerous, just a bit annoying. I think the sweeping leg attack will usually hit them. Yeah, even if they're standing away. So, and also me facing to the left into the wall means that I'm not moving accidentally, which is good in this case. So let's just do it this way. More like Secret of Mana enemies are not damage sponsors like they are in Visions of Mana, something that you were extremely happy about. The whole damage bonus enemy thing is why you dislike the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy so much. Interesting. I didn't feel like Visions of Mana enemies were all that damage spongy, but my sensibilities for that might be a bit skewed, I suppose. Actually, it's a reason why I didn't care about grinding out like the super bosses and endgame stuff in Tales of Symphonia, I believe, was it? Also, I would prefer not to be... turned into a snowman, thank you very much. And we have to use the whip to get across. Little fun fact, there's only 2 conditions that you need to meet, actually 3 conditions that you need to meet in order to be able to jump across these little rope poles. 1, you need to have the whip equipped on the character. 2, you need to hit one of the whip poles with your weapon attack. And 3, you need to gather your party on the gathering points next to the rope poles. So what I can do is I can pick me my character, and I meet all 3 conditions right now. I have the whip equipped, even if I'm pygmit. I can hit the rope pole, the one right next to me, and we have gathered our party. So if I just attack the rope pole right now, we hop down. I know this is not glitchless, but it doesn't skip anything. We just prevent ourselves from having to walk around there. I just always thought it was kind of funny, so I wanted to point it out. Anyways, let's go ahead and punch the frost guy, I guess. Actually, this guy can be a bit dangerous, right? Be gone! Well, yes. Obey me! Turn back! Sorry, I needed to have a short moment here to just heal up briefly. And I guess we might also just equip an elemental weapon for a very tiny bit of increased damage. Actually, I suppose that's entirely unnecessary because the Frostgigas frequently will give us elemental weapons. Technically you have to do that since it's punch only. I didn't even think about that. I guess the pygmy character do punch regardless of which weapon they have equipped. Maybe we need to do... Actually, I don't think we can do this everywhere. Alrighty, welcome to the Frostgigas battle. This is going to be potentially dangerous, because I think his frost attack actually does a lot of damage. Freeze Breath is also turning us into a snowman. If you have a solo character challenge round with the boy or the sprite, this attack here will pretty much guarantee that you are going to be turned into a snowman and you can't do anything. Normal enemies actually ignore the snowman once you get turned into one, but bosses will still target you anyways, which means that's actually kind of dangerous to get turned into a snowman in this battle. Also, he gives me Ice Saber, how nice. So, you might think, oh, Ice Saber's not good against this guy, you're dealing only 19 or 21 damage. Have you seen how much damage I would do if I didn't have the Ice Saber? Again, elemental weapons don't actually deal elemental damage, so this technically actually increases my damage a little bit rather than reducing it. Which is a bit weird, but as you can see I did 94 damage here. The previous it was like, what, 64? Unfortunately, getting turned into a snowman removes my weapon. Oh, I casted Analyzer, didn't I? Yeah, my brain was just like one step ahead there. But yeah, unfortunately now my Frost Saber is gone, because he turned me into a snowman. You can also use Acid Storm or Freeze spells right here. And I can deny those by just casting Analyzer on him. Well, I guess I can't deny those by casting Analyzer on him. So technically, the game gives you like a little bit of leeway by putting you outside, but it only revives the boy. And technically this is a solo character challenge run where we're only allowed to use the lady. So you could consider this a game over. However, I will argue that we're just gonna revive our actual hero and just go back in, because the difference would be I just reload the save and we have to punch the little lizard guys back into submission again, which would just be, well, not really all that interesting, I would argue. So I'm just gonna allow myself to revive here in this fashion. But yeah, as you can see, Acid Storm did one-shot us. However, it is once again one of those spells that targets all party members, which is why it dealt so much damage. But once again, it actually only barely one-shot us. If we had a little bit of extra levels, we would actually have a reasonable odds, or even guaranteed, ability to survive it if we were at full HP. But we would need to go on level for that a little bit, and I don't feel like doing that. Oh yeah, I guess knocking the slimes unconscious is kind of convenient. I guess you can't punch in the right direction and fulfill the condition. Yeah, that's kind of the crutch. Like, I can specifically only attack things right next to me if I'm a pygmid character. So unless the poles happen to align in a way where you can jump to a useful place, well, it's not useful usually. Anyways, let's try this again. This time with me not using Analyzer to deny damage. So the reason why Analyzer didn't deny damage there is because well, the Analyzer spell effect never actually went off because the Gygus was untargetable. So what I actually need to do in order to deny damage is cast Remedy on myself instead. Oh. Do I actually gain the Saber here when he casts Ice Saber? I think I do, because status effects still go through my spell immunity. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay, so charging up your weapon, not a great idea evidently. Scram! Because that animation is just too long. Okay, we're gonna reorganize slightly. Because I did get a weapon upgrade. We haven't upgraded our weapon yet, so we could shorten this battle too. But we do need to go back and actually, you know, actually get the upgrade, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Oh no. Oh no. Please stop hitting me. We might actually die for real here. Okay. We're fine. Because I can balloon these guys. Because otherwise this would be a huge problem right here. Have you even leveled up once? We literally actually can never punch these clouds. Well, I mean, we can try, but they don't have a tangible hitbox for the purposes of punching them. Or using any other weapon for that matter. You specifically have to use spells in order to knock them out. Actually, somebody prove me wrong and show me how you can hit them anyways. That would be kind of fun. Ow. I like how delayed the attack thing there was still. Howler gets howled at. Also, I have no idea what these little flying things are in these areas. I've seen these earlier in the other place too. I have no idea what these little creatures are that are flying around. Does anybody have information on those things? Like, they look a lot like Flammy if you like look at the sprite art for these. They're just flying around there. I think you're on cooldown now because you put it delicious without anything first. Welcome to Tic Tac Throw, hope you're doing well. The cooldown still triggers even if your delicious command didn't do anything. Man, this is where having Balloon as a little bit of a safety net when I get cornered by these guys is really nice. Oh my goodness. They just deal massive damage. Welcome back to the city where I'm gonna go to bed to sleep and get my MP recovered. And in the meantime, we get a weapon upgrade. This is the Chakra Hand. As mentioned before, it does give +1 intelligence and +1 strength, which is especially nice for the purposes of casting extra spells. Admittedly, it's really like a minuscule difference in terms of actual spell power. It is very negligible. But it's technically an upgrade to dealing damage with spells. Just practically, it's never really worth it anyways. Alrighty, but we do gain slightly more damage with our weapon. Of course, now we don't have the special effect of putting enemies to sleep anymore. But that's fine. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to Stone Saber. The main reason I'm going to upgrade the weapon, or meant to upgrade the weapon, is actually now I can level up my weapon to level 4, and I'm hoping that's a faster attack animation where I can charge it up all the way to level 4, and we will be able to hit the Ice Gigas and then be ready to act again before he recovers and counterattacks with a spell. I don't know whether that's going to work out the way I'm hoping it would, but I might as well try. Oh. My goodness. Their attacks are just... Their attack reach is so large compared to my puny punches. And also just no tell beforehand unless you're far away and they start running at you. Like, that's the only way you can know that they're about to jump at you. But if you're in melee combat already, they just jump and you get hit, probably. I saved, right? The pebbler here really doesn't help my case. Alright. My goodness. Stone Saber again. Level 3 is currently the maximum. Until we seal the next seed, it's gonna be level 3 for a while. And I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I would be running around everywhere, just charging up my weapons, ready to throw it at any enemy that came our way. Like, I would be consistently moving with just waiting to throw my charged up punches against enemies. Which I imagine kind of slowed me down quite dramatically, but you know, if you play the game casually, that's not a problem. Experience boost. Also, this is kind of a downside of where you see these little extra 2 damage rolls that I sometimes get. It's kind of a weird result of the ladies and the sprites' melee weapons having like that 1 extra frame at the very tail end of their attack, where they just like try to hit the enemies again. And it's actually kind of annoying when you try to use elemental weapons, because it means that we get like a tiny damage roll on our weapon that deals almost no damage, but it still uses a charge of our elemental weapon that we have currently equipped. Also, I'm curious how much more I would need in order to level up again, because we did knock out a bunch of enemies since the last level up. 413, that's actually probably close enough that I'm willing to go for it. So we need to knock out just a few more. You get 2 rolls to petrify as well, I guess? Yes, I suppose. Oh, that's it already. Alright, and no, we're gonna use Flame Saber for this part here. Elemental weapons do not carry over or are not safe between save files, by the way. So me casting Flame Saber is only going to help me for right now. If I need to reload the save for any reason, it's not gonna help there. No. welcome back, Roggies. Save the game, yes indeed. Alrighty, so I don't know if my level 4 punch animation is gonna be short enough to be used against the Ice Gigas, but I guess we're gonna see. Okay, I'm just trying to get through. The Flame Saber is not going to last nearly as many punches as the Stone Saber does. But I think it's a better... Actually, it's probably the same chance to land compared to Stone Saber, isn't it? Guys, I'm not trying to go back outside. My goodness. It's gonna hit me again. Hey. Turns out these guys are pretty strong, huh? But what I can do is I can balloon all of them. Yeah. Like going up through here to get into the dungeon is annoying to not get hit by if you try to speedrun. But back down is even worse. Because you are basically thrown into that screen right next to an enemy. And your AI-controlled allies are incapable of not getting hit there for the most part. Just wait for the blop blop and then you can walk back by that guy. The main reason I used Flame Saber was for these blobs right here. But I think I'm just better off casting Balloon instead, honestly. Oh my goodness. Again, this is where arguably taking like 8 less damage per attack by equipping the better accessory can be worthwhile. Well, the better defensive accessory. But it's fine. Attempt number 3. Now, with a level 4 punch. Maybe. I don't know if it's a good idea to use it. Maybe I need to unleash it early. But at least our basic attack is going to do slightly more damage. I don't know which spell this is, so we're just going to deny spells as we usually do. Oh! I see, but that's good. That increases my damage up. Right, let's see. Is this a good idea? No. If he casted any other ability that wasn't the snowman thing, it would not have worked out in my favor. I need to use like a lower level charge attack or something like that. Also, the annoying thing about the Gigas enemies is that they are frequently just invulnerable during most of their animations. Unless they are like doing those little tiny steps, walking around a little bit. You just can't hit these guys. When they're about to cast a spell, they're invulnerable. Here, this is like the one tiny frame of opportunity we have. During this entire animation, I'm pretty sure he's invulnerable to attacks. Actually, he might not be during that one. This one here, he is entirely invulnerable. He does eventually run out of MP. Frost Saber costs 2 MP, Acid Storm costs 3? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Acid Storm. I need to remember, I can't charge up my weapons here, this is not a good idea. The animation is too long. Which just doing the punches. Freeze Breath does not cost any MP, so he will be able to do this indefinitely. Well, maybe if I unleash my attack from really far away, it might work. No. You heard the high-pitched zing? This indicated that we did not in fact hit him. It's because when he just spawns, he is like having his hands in front of his face and his entire body is just shielded. So you wait here until he holds his hands up. Then, during that very brief holding his hands up animation, you can actually hit him. Or when he walks around like this just a little bit. Although he very rarely does that. So this is why I can't just unleash my attack early, because it will just hit his shield as a priority, and if any part of my attack ever hits a shield, because the entire sequence of punches is considered one attack, well, my one attack got shielded, so it's not gonna deal any damage even later down the road. So I'm pretty sure punching is kind of my best option. Okay, lucky. Oh no, I can't do anything. We're dead. Oh my goodness, this guy. But as you can see, we almost have enough maximum HP to survive an Acid Storm with full HP. But we're gonna just have to go back in and try again. I need to recover my MP beforehand. It seems like the Frostgigas has a much higher probability of just staying around instead of teleporting away every turn than the Fire Gigas. Or maybe I'm just getting unlucky. Or maybe I just got lucky during the Fire Gigas, who knows? Whichever one it is. I need to recover my mana while he is flying away, I suppose. The Ice Gigas is also always going to target the location I'm currently at in order for him to materialize. And there's a weirdness going on the north side of his room, because there's like a little staircase up. I think the upper platform is considered to be high ground, and consequently, if you try to attack from there with a melee weapon, you frequently will just not hit the Ice Gigas at all. Like, it just doesn't work. Which is why I'm not going up there. I don't know the details of it, but that's just my experience with Solo Cacto Challenge runs, which is why I'm sticking around the lower area. Although I believe he also doesn't really teleport up there, so technically I would be able to get more distance in order to hit him with my charge attack. And then maybe time it so he gets hit at the end. I suppose we could try it. Be gone! Well, there. Your performance was not convincing enough to make me be gone. Alright. Freeze Breath. By the way, we could get hit by Freeze Breath. We will survive it. So maybe that's more economical to just only heal up the Freeze Breath instead of trying to deny getting frozen. But then again, once again, if he just sticks around after his Freeze Breath, we would be in trouble. I think that might be Ice Saber, but I'm not sure. Let's just heal up. No, that was Acid Storm. And he sticks around. That's not good. And Acid Storm again. I'm pretty sure I can't hit him from up here. Again, because we are on the high ground, he's on the low ground. Yeah, this didn't even give us the zing noise, and I got lucky that I used Ice Saber instead of Acid Storm. So this is not an option. Maybe he's stuck over there. No, he's not. Are you on high ground or low ground? Ice Saber would have been fine. down around here, I guess. What HP do you even have? Oh, still all of it. Not Acid Storm. And Freeze Breath. Yeah, I wonder if he doesn't stay around if I'm further away from him. Like, maybe I want to be further away so he doesn't start walking around. No, he still stays. That's just random, I guess. My goodness. You have so little time to recover if he doesn't teleport every time. And normally, your weapons have a short enough animation that it's fine to attack when he lands. Okay, this... no, I got lucky, again. This does not work. It does not work. I can't even use Analyzer on him to deny the damage. In case he teleports away, as you've seen earlier, it will get me. The magic fatal, by the way, is the defense reduction from Acid Storm. That still applies even if I'm denying the damage from it. Let's see if I can get a look. Unfortunately, as a player character, you can't just hold your charge at a specific level. It will just continuously charge to the next level. It would be convenient if I could just say hold a level 1 charge, because that is a short enough animation for it to work. He's really out to kill me, isn't he? Also, when he gets into his hurt animation, that would also be reasonably fine. Right, because I used the fairy one that been entering to recover my mana earlier. Freeze Breath is okay. We can also deny the damage with Freeze Breath by using Midge Mallet. I actually just remembered. Because Midge Mallet also applies like a status effect. It overrides the freeze. How much MP do you have remaining, buddy? I guess I could check by using Analyzer on him, but I would be using extra turns. Freeze Breath is fine. Punch. Unleash a level 1 attack. Charging gun. This is good timing for level 2 charge right there. So I think we can use that timing. Well, can we use that timing? That's only after Freeze Breath, I suppose. I have to unleash that one early. You can hit him during that specific window of opportunity there, just before he gets his spell cast through. Right here, hit him again. It does occasionally do the zing thing, but not always. That's for the Ice Saber. But it could just always be Acid Storm, so I have to cast Remedy. Kinda like that. 2 punches and then we start charging. So actually a little bit late, but it's okay still. Ooh, okay, I was actually too slow there. If that was Acid Storm, he would have knocked me out. think I attacked slightly too early, so my stamina was not quite at 100%. Actually no, 8 is just my low damage roll, I think. Ooh, nice drift. Oh, and we got him. I thought we might have to run this guy out of MP with how that was going, but that crit definitely accelerated that battle quite a bit. Normally he would be absolutely no trouble if you can just use Fire Bouquet on him over and over with the lady. But this is just punching. GG, good Giygas. Sometimes. Alrighty, we survived the Giygas encounter. Now, funnily enough, we actually kind of want our allies to survive, but they're not gonna survive this screen because here they always get hit. There's not really anything you can do about that, unless you are controlling all 3 characters at the same time, that is. They just get hit. That's just what happens. Alright, we're gonna stock up on resources. You might think you could just do this in town later on, it's gonna be cheaper. Yeah, but money's not gonna be a big concern for too much longer, let's put it this way. Because we're about to enter the Fire Palace and we're gonna do a little bit of grinding. Actually, we might do a bit more grinding than usual. Also, we still have Ice Saber, which is very nice for crowd control. Fun fact, these wolves are not actually water elements, so even if you had elemental damage with elemental weapons, you don't. It will still deal full damage to them. Consequently, they also do not take extra damage from Salamander. They just have no magic defense, which is why they still take a good chunk of damage anyways. Alright. Let's revive these guys. And maybe get a funny glitch going. Oh, the text box doesn't appear this time. Never mind, we don't get the glitch then. I mean, it's rain perfect anyways, with a setup that I'm not used to. It didn't matter. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alrighty, welcome back to Kukara, the lovely desert city where we can just save our game very easily. I should have actually cast a Stone Saber on that weapon before sleeping, I just realized. Oh well, it's fine. It's not like I'm gonna have that available for too long anyways, I guess, unless I'm using a bunch of fairy walnuts, which I suppose is fine. I could also level up my Salamander for the Flame Saber. That would be a decent alternative, because it's only half as expensive as Stone Saber. But it's also only a fraction as good. But it's a fine alternative, especially for crowd control. Anyways, we need a sprite alive in order to open up some doors for us, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. So this room you could skip by punching your way up the ramp. You might have tried something like that casually if you were explorative. But down here, we'd just use Exploder. And Sprite open up the way. You fight fire with fire in order to open up that passage. And then the Sprite needs to use Fireball on this switch. And that's all they need to do for now anyways. Because we're going to be going on a bit of an adventure for the purposes of gaining experience and money, I guess. The money is also kind of nice. But we want to pick up this chest. Fun enough, it's 1,000 gold, which is a decent chunk for right now. But the main purpose why I'm picking this chest up is actually because it's permanently loaded as soon as you enter this area. And what this means is that there's only 2 possible enemy spawns until you pick up the chest. The third enemy will not spawn because there's a maximum of 3 enemies or entities loaded at any given point until you pick up the chest. And when we go out here and back in, there's 3 of these Robin Foot enemies at the same time. Now we don't want to use Ice Saber because we can't hit them while they are frosted. But as you can see, they have relatively low HP. They do have no evasion. They give good chunk of money and experience. There's 3 at the time which are easily accessible to just whack once. And they can be petrified too, so we can do a little bit of level grinding here. This is arguably one of the most efficient leveling spots in the entire game relative to how far you are in the progression. Now the thing is, the glove is not necessarily the best weapon to do this because I have to be reasonably precisely positioned in order to actually hit the enemies, from what it seems. So I need to try to get used to that, I suppose. Normally you want to use the sword or the spear. The spear is actually making this very easy if you just use that one instead. But maybe the glove is not that great for this, is it? Like, it works, evidently, but not too well. I think these guys' rare drops is like a quilted hood, which I suppose is technically an upgrade. Maybe I should open up the chests. I think the common drop is like a chocolate. I actually don't remember if these actually drop the quilted hood or not. The quilted hood is notable because it's a hood item that gives you +5 agility. But the boy cannot equip it, so it's just for the lady in the Sprite. Ow. I wonder whether charging up here was half. No, I think their movement is too random. Oh, I might be dead. Okay, I wasn't dead. Lucky. These guys can engulf you in flames with their flame saber weapon attacks, which is very dangerous. Even if you don't have Stone Saber, you can knock them out pretty effectively, I guess. Maybe a Stone Saber is not even worth it here, for the glove anyways. Actually, this might be like one of the few cases where I wouldn't mind knocking enemies unconscious instead. It would give me the slower attack animation on the second and third hit, but at least, having knocked out the enemies unconscious, they wouldn't be able to do any silly things afterwards, which would be beneficial. But this is really efficient experience and money gain right here. Normally I do this grind just so Salamander, as your spell option, is strong enough to take down the Minotaur. Because the Minotaur is pretty annoying to take down as a solo character if you can't use spells. And he is not weak to fire, and he does have a good chunk of magic defense. So you need to have your character reasonably high level to deal enough damage to punch through the Minotaur's magic defense. to deal reasonable damage, as well as have enough MP to deal reasonable damage. But it turns out it's just reasonably efficient to do this anyways. I think I usually aim for, what is it, 21 MP on the lady here? Or is it 18? It might be 18. 18 MP, so she has 6 spell casts of Fire Bouquet every time she needs to refill her MP. Also, let's just see, what do these guys drop? Stone traps. There goes half my HP. As you can see, petrification goes both ways. Let's see, Robin Foot. Yes, there actually is a quilted hood. This is technically an upgrade for us. They also have Disarm Trap Agility level 0. So I should actually just use Analyzer them then. Okay, these chests are in fact useful for us, especially since it would be a slight armor upgrade. I think it's I'm pretty sure it's an armor upgrade. If I walk slightly too far left, I'm gonna get hit. If I don't walk far enough left, I don't hit them. As you can see, this is a bit of a tightrope walk. Okay, just nice. So I'm pretty sure the rare drop chance for items is 7 in 64, and when the chest is blinking red, oh, it's not blinking red, it is disabling the trap. Wait, what? What it was? Oh, it's level 3 that I need in order to disarm the trap. Okay. So this is gonna take a bit until we reach Analyzer level 3, which, to be fair, I kinda wanna get that anyways. It's not necessary, but it's convenient to have a slightly higher Analyzer level for the laser traps. I think level 3 is like the biggest breakpoint for being able to disarm most of the even later enemy traps that can start having really interesting and really potentially good drops at that point. What an odd way to let you disarm traps. Yes, and in my opinion the strangest part about it is really that when the chest is blinking red, that means there's no trap in there because you disabled them. The strategy guide, at least in German, did clue you in on the fact that this is how you disarm traps. What it didn't tell you is that when they're blinking red, that's when the trap is disabled. I thought I was just analyzing the chest whether it is trapped or not, and then I saw it blinking red and thought, oh, it's trapped, so we don't open this one. But no. By the way, fun fact, if you unpygmy your cact and immediately open up the chest, you get the flammy drum sound effect. So that's a thing, instead of the usual trap or the chest opening animation and sound effect. If you do this with the Moogle belt and you open up a chest as a Moogle, you softlock the game. Don't do that. Unless, you know, you want to softlock the game. Actually, it might be a straight up crash. Let me tell you, it's so much nicer to use a spear here. My goodness. I'm just... the opportunity to hit these guys is just so tiny. What is the setup required for arbitrary code execution? In short, you need to activate a text box that brings up your money counter, how much money you have at the bottom, as the first thing. So let's say if you talk to a cannon travel guy, it opens up your money in the first text box. If you talk to an innkeeper that is not in Pandora, it also opens up the money as a text box. I think shopkeepers also give... Actually, I'm not sure about the shopkeepers. But innkeepers also work for that. And then you need to have a text box up... Okay. And you need to have a text box up top close... Chocolate. You know what? Let's just use a chocolate. To heal up, just in case I goof. Then you need to have a status effect or other text box close, like, what is it, 6 frames before that money text box appears at the bottom, which then results in the game erroneously clearing out the text box at the bottom and the money box, and then it just gives you an arbitrary menu of options that you're not supposed to be able to select. And then you can just scroll through the entire game script if you know how to navigate it, in order to select any event you want. Nice. Getting lucky with the chests. I don't remember what the chest drop rate is. Most enemies have a 4 in 64 chance of dropping a chest, so it's 1 in 16. And most chests have a 7 in 64 chance for a rare drop. That almost sounds like glitching into a deaf console. Yeah, in this case it's actually not a deaf console at all. Because it's literally just allowing you to select specific offset for an event. Normally for these text boxes you usually have... Oh, actually, I forgot one of the important steps for arbitrary code execution. You need to have no amount of like selectable options beforehand. You know, when you go to a pen and travel guide, you have 1, 2 or 3 options where you want to travel to. The game needs to not have loaded the amount of options you have in the memory, and the way you can clear that is by opening up the save file menu. So if you open up the option for you to save the game, that is when the game clears that number and sets it to 0. And then you need to do this entire setup in order to have access to all arbitrary events afterwards. But yeah, it's a very, very powerful effect. It's not arbitrary code execution, no? Although I would be surprised if there was not some crazy way to get it there from arbitrary script execution. But so far nobody has put that much work into it. Anyways, disable the trap, open the chest, and we get more chocolate. You know what? I like chocolate. Very tasty. I actually never realized that these enemies here in particular have an item or, well, equipment piece drop that is actually better than anything you can buy at this point. There's probably a bunch of other enemies in there that have like slightly upgraded equipment pieces that you wouldn't be able to get until later. Although really the most notable one for that one is going to be the Gauntlet from the Dark Knights, which I will be grinding out for at least a little while, just because, I don't know, I enjoy the rare drop hunt in this game. It's not efficient. If you want to go for a fast time, you don't really do that. But I mostly have the timer here, so if people stop watching and then want to come back and watch later, they have like an easy way to tell, oh, it's 5 hours and 10 minutes right now, so that's when I need to continue watching next time or something like that. I guess it also gives me an idea on how much time I have invested into these little side projects. Chest? No chest. If this is your side project, what is the main project? There is currently none. Well, you can vote for the next main project. Jagabot just put that into the chat there. But yeah, there's not really any main project that I have right now. Basically, I'm looking into playing an old school dungeon crawler RPG. Like, that's kind of what I'm in the mood for right now. And consequently, those are the types of games you can vote for in that straw poll. It's Albion, an old DOS game. Basically, if you haven't seen Albion, think of a Super Nintendo RPG that you probably have never seen or heard about. It's kind of that style and era anyways. It's a very interesting setting, to say the least. Realms of Arcania, I believe, is a bit older than that, although I'm not entirely sure. And I actually don't really know how the older ones play. I've only played the third one in the trilogy, for what it's worth. Then we also have that straw poll, Might and Magic 3. Now please note, this is not Heroes of Might and Magic 3. That's a top-down tactical strategy game that is very well beloved for a good reason. It's a great game, but it's not that one. It's just the old Might and Magic series, which is grid-based adventure dungeon crawling. Level 27. And then the last one is Eye of the Beholder, which I know is just one of these old-time classic dungeon crawler RPGs, but I have to admit I don't really know anything beyond that, so that's gonna be more or less a blind pick for me if you vote for that one. And Richtershay, thank you. Thank you kindly for 31 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well today. You remember it being quite fun, but you got stuck on the late game boss, maybe the final one. Which game? You have the original... Oh, Albion. You have the original box of Albion in the basement. Oh, that sounds very interesting. I've actually, a long time ago now, joined like the fan project for Albion, where somebody was actually developing like a remade in 3D engine. Although I don't know how far along that is. Chocolate won't fit. Shame. But it's been kind of fun to just sit in that server, because it's one of those games I have such strong memory of for playing as a kid. Because the setting was really strange. Like initially, I don't care much for space settings. Well, a bit more nowadays than I used to, but I'm not much for a person to play games that are set in space. But because it effectively strands you on a planet for a while that is more like swords and sorcery and mythical creatures and stuff like that, and dinosaurs and such, it ended up being a lot more interesting than most other games of that type. And it's just a kind of weirdly mysterious game, because I think I remember getting into combat, having absolutely no idea how combat works in that game, and then just stopped playing it. And I'm pretty sure I couldn't have gone far anyways, because it was just a demo or shareware. That chest opening animation is fun. Rattle it around and then slam it in the ground. Yes, indeed. I agree. There's actually a reasonable chance I have to run the Minotaur out of MP in order to defeat that guy, because actually, does he target all characters? He might be doing a single target matching now I think about it. Sorry, I used the ghost to block that projectile, just subconsciously there. I'm not supposed to use their help, but I guess it's a solo character plus at least one ghost now. Challenge run. Because ghosts, for whatever reason, block projectiles from attacks from enemies. Very convenient. Just level 28. Alright, I'll tell you what. If this is not the rare drop, we're gonna go for 2 more chests, and then see how close we are to the next level. And that will be the grind for now, because this is probably enough grinding for a while. Like, we're not really gonna gain any more meaningful benefits from defeating these enemies, unless we just happen to get the rare drop, that is. I think it's not even a particularly big, like, defense upgrade, even if we do get the rare drop. One chest, okay. After that, it's just one more. Droplet won't fit. Alright, one more chest and then we see. If we get the chest rather quickly, then we're probably too far from a level for it to still matter much. What I will say is rare drops for 1 in 16 are actually reasonably okay to grind out for my brain. If you get to more rare drops than that, it starts becoming, well, entire projects on their own to get rare drops of that caliber or more. I don't know. Especially with the punch not being the greatest of weapons. I had a series of runs back to back just now where we were just hitting properly. Alright, last chest. Maybe. Depending on how much experience we have now. Give me Quilted Hood, please. Nice. Chocolate it is. Alrighty, how much experience do we have right now? 5,610 to the next level. I think that's still reasonably far away. Let's get out of here. Regain our mana, to restock our supplies. Oh, I forgot about you. It's gonna throw up first life on me. It's always single target, so we survive it easily. And then we knock over a Minotaur. Or try to, anyways. Guys. Ghosts can't run, so they cannot actually break free of the sand puddles when they are trying to walk exactly against the stream. Minotaur, Megator, Mini Meowtaur, Meowtaur? Meownator? Maybe? And yeah, we have enough money for the foreseeable future after this grind. Save the game, yes please. Alrighty. That is also the place where I would normally grind out levels for the boomerang weapon for characters like the Sprite, because in late game, for the Sprite specifically, I tend to use the boomerang. Well, I guess I also do that for the lady. Unless I choose to grab the mana sword instead. Actually no, you know what? I think the lady never picks up the mana sword in the efficient solo challenge route. Because it's too far out of the way and she has other ways to power up weapons. Yeah, actually she doesn't do that, does she? Anyways, if I path through this area properly, my AI control cactus actually never gonna get hit by enemies. Which means the Sprite will be able to still open up that last passage that we still need with them to open. I guess the boy decided to take a nap anyways. There is an axe orb located inside the fire palace here, I believe. Sprite is still alive, for now. I need the whip to jump across here. Sometimes that rat down gear gets hit by my whip attack. even though it's not supposed to be able to get hit there. Right, Sprite's still alive. Excellent. But I still need them to open up this door here. Or passage. Anyways, we still need the Sprite then subsequently to take a nap. So we're just gonna wait here until this fire enemy decides to cast a flame wall at us or something like that. There we go, perfect. Thank you very much. And then, well, let's see how this is gonna go. I'm actually curious whether our defense is high enough that Defender potentially will help us survive. I don't know, I might just get combat instead for trying. But I'm curious whether the Minotaur can deal any meaningful physical damage to me. 8 with the horns. Okay, that is meaningful damage, which means he would deal damage. The funny thing is, if with the silver armbands, I would deny that damage roll in particular. Just the punching context now. Okay, maybe we can deny the damage from him. So Defender normally is not a terribly useful spell, but it might just increase our defense just enough that outside of the horn attacks we take 0 damage from this guy. And I actually want to be in melee range with him, because if I'm not, he will cast Earthslide, which is significantly more deadly. Yeah, I wonder if I can stand just a little bit further to the side, so I won't get... Oh, there, Earthslide. I'm pretty sure Earthslide does not one-shot me, because Earthslide is always single target in this battle anyways, but it is a lot of damage, so I'd rather not take that damage. Okay, we might be standing in a good position here. Unfortunately, whenever I punch, I move slightly forward, which means I have to reposition slightly backwards afterwards. And also the dodge animation might just do that. Oh, you can punch through my defense if he gets a high damage roll. Your guess that boss enemy distance checks ignore ghosts. I think they target the closest alive character. Usually. Oh, okay, now he deals significant damage to me when he is charging across the screen. That attack actually can knock me unconscious, and he can then subsequently just... Oh, I'm dead. Wait, no, I'm gonna survive. Never mind. He can then subsequently just combo me, kinda like this. Okay, we're still alive. That's a nice kick to the face right there. Earthslide, by the way, costs 3 MP. He has 99 MP, so he can cast that a grand total of 33 times if he feels like it. It's very deadly. And he can cast Defender too, I suppose. That also lasts significantly longer than it does for me. And I think low damage rolls don't even deal damage to him anymore. He also goes red when he drops below half HP remaining. 340 HP remaining. Okay, actually, it's very manageable. Ooh, we're getting lucky with the hits here. Come on, lady, just punch him. Huh. She was the stronger wrestler, after all. Well, I guess she's more using, like, Taekwondo or something at his. Turned red, he is now a Maxator. A new heavyweight champion, who could also play in the lightweight category. She is all muscles and no jokes. Let's see if I can interact with the seed from here. Nah. If you press the B button 1 frame after that text box closes, you can interact with the seed from a slight distance. Anyways, sealing this seed here is the trigger to get you over to the next area. Which is nice. Also, there's no enemies here anymore after you seal the seed. Actually, no, the enemies are gone after you defeat the boss. That is a relevant distinction, actually. Because in a speedrun, you don't fight the boss, you just run straight by him. And this is usually where I go, okay, the power wrist is really nice with +5 attack power, but the defense discrepancy between the next accessory that we can get here and the power wrist is getting a little bit too large for my liking, so I usually just switch over to the defensive equipment here at this point in the game. That Innkeeper is entirely too animated. Maybe just a little. It's suspicious. The Innkeepers are twitching around, even though there's just ambient music. They are just dancing to the ambient music, clearly. Also, we want to talk to her to get the option to give the sewer key password to the other guy. Funnily enough, you can actually skip getting this password, but you have to get the password interaction with Mara out of the way anyways if you want to enter the Gold City Tower later. So if we do this now or later, basically we just have to do it anyways. Also, there's a shop at the top of this inn. And we can buy new equipment. Oh, I thought this was the new other ring. Never mind. That's fine. Anyways, defense upgrade. Ruby Vest is another defense upgrade. And this is the quilted hood that we could have gotten from the chopping hood earlier if we got luckier. So... let's finally upgrade our defense. We gain a grand total of 5 defense, not even that big of a difference. 5 defense for the hood. We're actually upgrading from 4 to 13 defense from the Golem ring. That's 9 more. And we gain an additional 9 from the Ruby Vest armor upgrade. So decent stats increases overall. Very nice. We don't need to save here. Yeah, we don't need to sleep here, just save. And we move on. This is also technically where we could get rid of... well, that's not true. We could have gotten rid of the boy earlier. 634. I remember the password. Don't worry about it. This is also where we could have gotten rid of the boy earlier, because technically he is not required. And there is a glitch to remove your characters from the party. For good. Like they're just gone. But I do still need the sprite in order to open up doors later down the road. And unfortunately, the reason why I'm still keeping the boy in the party anyways, even though he's not required, the bosses tend to bug out if he is not in the party, and they can no longer be hit by melee attacks unless you cast a spell on them to deal like 1 or 2 damage. And then they can be hit again. It's really annoying, honestly, when that happens. Freeze. How much damage is that? Yeah, nothing. But yeah, it's really annoying when that happens. What happens if you die to a boss while the boy is out of the party when he's supposed to revive the boy and send you in the front of the castle, like that happened with the ice boss? That is a fantastic question. I don't know. I assume you're just getting tossed outside with 2 ghosts and the game is just not sure what to do at that point and you just stay on that screen. But I don't think I've ever tested that. That is a fantastic idea. We need to test that someday. Unfortunately, this save file is now already too far ahead. So we can't really do that anymore. Anyways. That armor upgrade lasted the whole 1 sewer dungeon, because every good RPG of course needs a sewer level. And now this is the Frosty Ring. This prevents you from being engulfed in flames and has actually a decent amount of defense. You also get a Tiger Bikini. This is substantially better defense than the Ruby Vest. And Tiger Cap, which is once again substantially better defense. Let me tell you, buying equipment in that previous town, you just get through the sewers, which admittedly it's nice to have better defenses there, but you just get like better armor here by a lot right afterwards, so it's very questionable value to buy equipment upgrades over there. Let's see, Northern Ruins has a spear upgrade, a bow upgrade, and a sword upgrade. Alrighty, so we get a cutscene here, and once again, if you press the B button one frame after the cutscene ends, you get to interact with the first entity that is on this screen by pressing the B button. And the first entity just so happens to be a spear chest that is normally on the balcony, inaccessible for you to pick it up. Alright, let me try. I mean, this run is basically glitchless for the most part anyways. But when I can show off good things, which I didn't manage to in this case, it can be kind of fun. Alrighty, welcome to the Northern Ruins. These enemies are pretty strong. Or so you would think. And of course, well, the thing is, enemies in here are not really worth fighting. Like, they are more trouble than they're worth. And we already did do a pretty significant grind in the Fire Palace earlier, which is actually a big reason as to why defeating enemies in here is mostly superfluous for our current character progress, I would argue. No meaningful glitches, only fun glitches, rule of cool. I like that. It also means we have to open up the chest in... Actually, is that an X? It's an X. It's fine. We can open up a chest in the sewers. We heard a distant noise. By the way, we have enough defense that these blue blobs literally cannot damage us anymore right now. So, I don't have to worry about getting turned into snowmen. So all the spikes in this room are now gone after stepping on that switch earlier, which for a long time I didn't actually know. There's a door in the top left of this room, all the way in the top left, that has a chest inside of it with a sword orb, which is kind of neat. But of course, we can't really use the sword anyways, so it's not really much of a point in picking it up. Alrighty, this is gonna be slow. Welcome to the Laundry Boss 2.0. This is Doom Wall. Or what is it called? Yeah, Doom's Wall. Actually, this is not Doom Wall, this is Doom's Wall. Is the apostrophe standing for Doom has wall or Doom is wall? Or actually, this is normal for Doom's Wall, right? Anyways, this wall belongs to Doom. I don't know who Doom is. We don't see him around here. But this boss is a lot like the first one, where if we have to use weapon against him, we're just doing the exact same thing, honestly. We knock out the eye on the left, a grand total of 10 times, because this eye in the middle is gonna revive whichever eye gets knocked out. And we do not want to knock out both eyes at the same time, otherwise we initiate a special phase. Although this special phase is a lot less deadly, directly anyways. However, once again, the eye on the left is the one casting healing, the eye on the right is casting exclusively offensive spells, energy absorb, dealing just a good chunk of damage. If you want to keep count, the eye on the right has 99 MP, energy absorb and freeze cost 2 MP each. So it can cast spells a grand total of 49 times before it's out of mana. And we just don't deal enough damage in order to, well, punch through the healing the left eye can provide. So we kind of have to knock out the eye on the left before we do anything else. But also this is kind of slow because our damage output is not great. The eye on the left is also the one that will frequently use like abilities that don't cost any MP. So even if the eye on the left were to run out of MP and no longer be able to cast healing on the middle, it's still better to leave the eye on the right alive, because that one runs out of MP much quicker, and he doesn't have any abilities that circumvent the use of MP. If you have a swingy weapon, like the axe or the sword, you can actually use it in order to hit 2 eyes at the same time, the middle or the right or the middle and the left. So for the bow, it's actually reasonably effective to hit both the left eye and the middle eye at the same time, because his damage output is also significant enough that with a little bit of luck, the eye on the left not healing too much, you can actually reasonably kill this thing before you need to run all the parts out of MP. With the lady and physical attacks, maybe we have enough damage. Well, if you were to use the sword, anyways, because you get a sword upgrade in this dungeon, you can run outside and upgrade it. But I don't think we can do this with the punch weapon. I'm also facing down, so... because in the Secret of Mana, whenever you get knocked around, you always get knocked backwards from your facing direction, so I'm facing down whenever I get hit by the abilities. So I will get knocked backwards into the eyes, so I don't get knocked away from the wall and just have to slowly walk back. There we go. 1 down. Oh, by the way, Thunderbolt. That's good. Because Thunderbolt costs 4 MP. That is twice as expensive compared to Energy Absorb. So we actually want to see more Thunderbolts, preferably. Then it runs out of MP more quickly. Delete clip number 20. Clip number 20 has been deleted. What was clip number 20? Okay, that was 2 knockouts. Also, if you knock out one eye, the other eye gets twice as many actions compared to before, so it will, well, just cast spells at us much more frequently than it did previously. We can try dealing damage to the middle, but frequently the eye on the left will get revived and immediately cast Cure Wounds or Cure Water. So that's the thing. Not from your channel, but the clip no longer exists. Alright, fair enough. Thank you for cleaning, I guess. Alright. 3 down. And immediately we get another one. That was a crit, apparently. And we get 4 down. 6 to go. Nice crits. Okay. I think that's 6 down. I'm genuinely terrible at counting, by the way. The counting is my biggest weakness because it's so hard for me to stay focused, and especially these longer encounters. So my thoughts always just kind of go, alrighty, I could deal damage here, maybe what do I do against the vampire right afterwards, what am I gonna do when we defeat certain enemies, how does it work? Basically, my brain just keeps going all over the place. So consequently, keeping track of numbers is rather difficult. I'm dealing 0 damage lady. Yeah, I think we have to heal. Well, no, we're still fine. Survive one more spell here. No, we wanna heal. I guess we survive one more. And yeah, all the damage is already undone. Right, let's heal. We have plenty of MP remaining. We don't even need to use a fairy one up here. I think that was 7, so I believe it is 3 more until the center eye is out of MP. Revivifier costs 10 MP and it has 99 MP, so it can cost it exactly 9 times. It's gonna be number 8 here. Okay, 2 more, I think. Actually, know what I can do? We can see on how much MP this thing has remaining. Just in case I miscounted. 29, yeah, it's 2 more. I was actually correct. What about you? How much MP do you have remaining? $11. So funnily enough, the wall fears Lumina. Spoilers, game, we don't even know Lumina exists yet. Anyways, it has 7 MP remaining, which means at most it's gonna cost 3 more spells, which means I don't have to worry. Wait, you already... Oh, right, you cast spells. Because the text box took such a long time to disappear. The Android is already out of MP. So, by the way, the special phase that you enter when you kill... Oh, you tried to cast Thunderbolt, and it was out of MP with that. That's why. The special phase you enter in this place here is where the Doom Wall will use 2 physical abilities on your party. I think it grabs the character that is the furthest away from the center, or the furthest away from the wall anyways, and drags that character across the screen, just dealing, like, crowd controlling that character effectively and dealing continuous damage to it. Then the other ability it can do, I think the closest character is gonna get hailed by a bunch of boulders from the ceiling, and you take a bunch of physical damage from there. Now if you just use a barrel, you're entirely immune to all the damage it got thrown at you. But when you're in a barrel, you can't really do any damage. Are you out of MP? I thought you had one more revive in you. Anyways, we're gonna get through this eventually. With most weapons, it's actually more effective to do a regular attack and then do a charge level 1 attack. And then do a regular attack again, because that just works out better with your stamina. Actually, that's true for this weapon too. I thought the animation of the level 1 charge attack was gonna be too slow, and it was gonna be more effective to just punch instead, or kick. But no, it actually still works out to be better to just level 1 charge attack and then regular attack as soon as the eye opens again. Also, as usual, this thing has evasion. How does a wall evade your attack? Very elegantly, apparently, because I keep missing. Right there, that was a miss. The game just decided, you know what, about, I don't know, 30% of the time at this point, you're just gonna miss. Truth be told, I don't know my actual chance to miss. It could be 40%, it could be 20%. It's somewhere in the ballpark around 30% at this level. It's frequent enough that it's gonna frequently happen. You know, you play Pokemon and try to land your Hydro Pumps or Hurricanes. You are just gonna miss frequently enough for it to be notable. But also, most of the time you're hitting, even if it doesn't necessarily feel like it sometimes. I guess this wall moved downwards, this would be a lot more troublesome. Yeah, the thing is, technically speaking, the spikes are not the thing that kill you in the previous encounter with the wall phase. What actually kills you is the wall phase reaching a certain Y coordinate that then subsequently kills you when it reaches that one without any damage done. Y coordinate being like your vertical up and down line. Also, GG. Which, by the way, caused some problems in the randomizer. In earlier versions of the Secret of Mana randomizer, wall phase frequently was like one of the bosses that was not replaced with any other randomized boss. Purely because some of the maps you would spawn in the boss like in the middle, which was below the coordinates of the map, where it would trigger the instant death and you would just die with your characters. Anyways, we're briefly going outside just to restock our MP. And do I need to buy any fairy walnuts? I don't think I've used any, right? Yeah, we're fine. Basically, the next encounter, if you thought this encounter was lengthy, oh boy, the next one might be a lot longer. The vampire is not usually an enemy that you run out of MP, but it is reasonably plausible for it to happen in this encounter, let me tell you. Alrighty. Especially since I'm not allowed to use Fire Bouquet. I would have been spamming Fire Bouquet at all the bosses until now. And speed up the speed of our progression dramatically if I was not limited to punching. While the enemies are not weak to fire around here, Fire Bouquet still has roughly enough attack power for it to just, you know, wipe the enemies out reasonably effectively. We do not need the Sprite awake, so can just take an opportune time to knock them out. Also, what I could have done actually against the wall phase in hindsight is once it was out of MP, I could have switched over to the power wrist for the extra 5 strength. That actually would have likely resulted in me defeating that thing a little bit faster. Oh yeah, the spikes are gone. I can just walk across. Is this... hold up. Is this going to softlock me? Hold up. Is this cutscene gonna softlock me? We just saved, so it's fine to just try it. Because in this cutscene, you lose access to the lady until you walk into the door up north and watch the next cutscene where she comes back to your team. Also, flashing warning. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. So I forgot about it too. Wait, are we just gonna lose here? I think we might just lose here. Does the game have a trigger where it revives one of your characters? Please help Punch. Buddy? We're ghosts. Go through the door back there. I think we're in trouble. Yes, actually. I can't do anything. Because the lady is missing, and the two characters that are still here are ghosts. We have to reset. That's really funny. So I actually don't want my allies to get knocked out, I guess. Or at least one of them needs to be alive before the vampire. By the way, the game does pay attention when you enter certain doors on the left or the right side and positions you inside on the left or right side in accordance. Not all doors though, just most of them. Rip. Good old moonwalking zombies. Yep. Alrighty, we need to revive one of our bodies here. Doesn't matter which one. At least I think it doesn't matter. Let's revive the sprite. You're less likely to contribute any damage. Dialogue! Punch! Flashing warning. Sorry, I'm terrible at this. Normally I play the Super Nintendo Mini version. Well, if you will, I use the Super Nintendo Mini, which its built-in emulator feature is to reduce the flashing of various games, including this one, which is much more pleasant on your eyes. Alrighty. Now we can go through the door in the back. By the way, you can back out of here and just go all the way back to potatoes if you want to, for whatever reason. I suppose it's not technically true, because technically the lady actually dies, or at least she's at 0 HP, so you need to go and rest at an inn before you can kind of travel backwards to previous locations. But you can totally just leave her here for a while. Anyways, we're going to have the sprite get eaten before we do anything, so they don't accidentally contribute anything. This is Vampire. You know, the wall face earlier had a good chunk of HP. This guy has over 1,000 more. And, oh boy. We can only hit him while he's jumping around like this. Funnily enough, that was really good timing for a wake-up attack. then we just wait until he comes down. He always oscillates around your, well, the closest cactus position. He also likes to cast spells at us, which is very inconvenient. Sleep Ring, of course, puts a cactus to sleep. Also, your getting up animation there from the ground does in fact give you invulnerability frames, so the lady now has woken up twice at a very opportune time. We're getting lucky with him just jumping around. Instead of doing anything else. If you stand far away from him after he takes a hit, he will do a high jump. But the high jump is always aimed at your position. If he lands on top of you, he does deal a good chunk of damage, which is why I need to walk away sufficiently far. If you are close enough, he will do that swiping attack instead, which you can try to dodge, but I feel like it's a lot more difficult than trying to dodge the high jump. Again, maybe I should have healed. Gonna put us to sleep again. Actually, no, she just woke up and the invulnerability from the wake up got her through that. Now. But yeah, as you can see, he uses mostly energy absorb and freeze as spells. Unfortunately, the energy absorb means he does heal quite a bit actually for the course of this battle. It's still worthwhile trying to hit him because he does not usually heal that much, and you usually knock him out before he runs out of mana, although I don't think that's necessarily guaranteed. But with our healing capabilities, we do have more longevity than he does. Probably. Just need to be careful that I don't get knocked out at an inopportune time, if you will. I also try to stay on top of his shadow exactly, so he doesn't just wildly swerve around the room, making his movements a lot more predictable. Can't really do that when I get knocked back from a spell though. Also, once again, this is actually where more defense actually arguably results in a faster fight, because his energy absorb doesn't heal him as much. If you are in front of him, he's gonna try and eat you. Like a sandwich. Oh wow, I did not think I was in range there. Thought he was gonna high jump now. No bully. Vampire's just hungry. Very hungry. Unfortunately, my only option is to bully him. We're gonna heal here. Oh, that still actually knocked me out. He's gonna land on me, he's gonna do damage. Not even much damage. Oh, he hit me twice. We can actually charge up our attack. I don't know if this is actually worthwhile. Although, funnily enough, when I get up from the ground, after being on the ground like this, with a get up attack, I actually deal the damage equivalent to my current charge level of my charge bar, which is kind of amusing. I missed. Shame. Well, the game missed. I hit the correct stuff, if you will. Nice crit. Lady's putting in some work here. I'm curious how much HP you have remaining. We're gonna cast Analyzer. I would guess we're about a third through. Actually less than that. Still gonna take a while. The dangerous thing is when you're charging up an attack, you have to release your charge attack before you can open up your menu. Which means that the entire charge attack animation has to play out before I would be able to heal up. I'm actually going to release it here, just so I will hopefully be able to heal in time. Sleep ring, but I get to heal anyways. Happy Pride, welcome to G-Hap, hope you're doing well. Oh, if he gets a low damage roll in his sleep ring, we don't take any damage, and the status effect consequently also does nothing. Which is an amusing little tidbit. So actually, Defender would prevent Sleep Ring from hitting entirely, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe I should use Defender in this encounter too. Get up attack! Nice! Under 43, this is a get up attack that is boosted by my current charge bar. By the way, this grab attack pulls your character further up, like vertically in the screen, and it can actually pull you out outside of the normal camera boundaries. You know, when you go to the edge of the screen, you scroll the camera around. That's what I'm talking about. Let's heal again. And when you do that, or when he does that, with, let's say, an AI control character, or any character really, and pulls him out of the camera boundary, and then you defeat him, you actually softlock the game. So if you ever softlocked on Spiky Tiger, or Gorgon Bull, or Minotaur, or the Vampire, that's probably what happened to you. He pulls you outside of the camera camera range boundary with one of the characters, you defeat him, and then the characters are trying to gather themselves on top of the character that had the menu open last. And it can softlock the game that way. I just punched his little terror. I did not like that. Admittedly, I would not like that either. So not the downside of charging up like this. When he does this little landing, I can't just punch him because it would get rid of my charge. I guess I could try. Also, I think you might be able to hit him, technically, while he has his gown open and casting an ability. Not a spell. During spellcast he's immune anyways. So I'm going to release the charge attack. Because I was trying to heal. Could probably fine. Although under 100 HP is a bit too close for comfort, to be honest. I kicked his shins. Thanks. Didn't think I would actually get an additional attack in there, but there was no damn downside in me trying. I'm gonna let him eat me. Actually, is that a good thing? Maybe. Let's try this one. If he uses the sleep ring attack, it might not be able to do that damage to me. Yeah, we just resisted entirely. Unfortunately, we also missed one. The nice thing about this high jump is it also gives me more time to recover my stamina to hit him again when he lands. He's not guaranteed to just keep jumping like this. He's more likely, like when he starts jumping around, he's more likely to continue jumping than flying back up in the air. But if the high jump, I have enough time to get one more attack in, usually. Kind of like this. We could just repeat this forever in my book. Defense up. It's gonna be a spell. How much MP do you have remaining with Sir? Probably still like 70. 53. Okay, we're almost halfway through his MP pool. 51. And she absorbed 49 MP remaining. 47. 45. 43. Wait. With Defender, I can just tank his claw attack apparently. One. 39. Alright. Cure water. Heal back up. Undo all of the damage here, but the funny thing is, arguably, or potentially, I might be taking more damage throughout this entire battle than he does. But I also have access to a lot more healing than he does. Punch. Punch. Punch again. Yeah, I figured Defender was gonna run out, so I didn't want to try the claw thing yet. But I can try the claw thing now if I get to try. I'm curious whether that's any benefit. Sleep ring, we should resist it. Come on. Drop down. Oh, keep being on the ground, please. I wanna try something. No, you just stay down. Okay, he swipes here. And I resisted entirely. But I think the high jump is still better. I think the high jump is still better because it guaranteed gives me another opportunity to hit him. Because while he's swiping there, he would not go into his hurt animation, and consequently he wouldn't trigger an additional attack with a high jump. Which does give me an additional opportunity to keep going. Also, one thing I just realized, I forgot about doing this. I could have boosted my damage slightly by just using Elemental Saber. Doesn't matter which Elemental Saber. As long as it's the highest level, it boosts my damage by the most amount, or the highest amount that I can possibly have it be boosted for now. As you can see, 120 crit if we get lucky. I don't know how high the crit was before, to be completely honest. I did not pay that much attention. Oh, I rolled me. Although I think my Defender ran out. It's gonna... I actually thought he was gonna eat me with that positioning, but I was slightly off. And look, we deal just slightly over 50 damage every time, thanks to having our weapon enchantment. It's a whole 4 more damage per swing, which, considering how many times we have to swing at him, that actually adds up to quite a lot. And we do have plenty of downtime to refresh our elemental weapon anyways. Yeah, just gonna heal slightly on, I guess. Eat me. Alright, I'm gonna release my charge attack here. I'd rather try to heal. He should be out of MP soon, I think, at this rate. I will guess he has like 10 spellcasts remaining now. We can check. Analyze it. He has only 161 HP remaining too, and 11 MP, but we just knock him out right here. There we go. He was almost out of MP. Hey. But not quite. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, everybody. Gotta get up, walk around for a few minutes, stretch my legs, and then we'll continue afterwards. So, if you enjoyed your stay so far around here, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. Welcome to as well Full Panda, who mentioned said good luck about 37 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at reading chat in time. Thank you though, I appreciate it. Also, I'm actually curious, on the YouTube side of things, if you press the thumbs up and stuff like that, I wonder whether that will recommend that side to other people to watch as well. Anyways, we're taking a quick break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Let us continue. It's a bit of a lengthy fight against the vampire. Nothing terribly difficult, well, if you're used to battling this guy anyways. But it did certainly take its sweet time until we defeated him. The next few bosses are not gonna be particularly dangerous for us, because we have all the tools and knowledge to defeat them without too much trouble. By the way, did you know that these things are technically staircases at the tops of the chimneys? You can hear the staircase sounds, and the cactus does like that little stutter step they do up and down the stairs. I don't know, just thought it was interesting. It also stopped my character mid-run earlier, which is why I was thinking about it. Alrighty. We recover our MP here, and then we go knock out our allies out before we get into the cutscene, because otherwise we have to do this during the Metal Mantis fight. So, hit me! Thank you. Where's my next claw upgrade coming from? I think the Metal Mantis was the next one, right? And afterwards... it's actually the underground. Technically. Oh, Palace of Darkness is next after this. Hello. I'd like to get out of here. Nice, thank you. So. Whee. It's kind of fascinating how all the guards can just push us around, but then we dispatch out their gigantic people-eating pet without too much trouble afterwards. Because this guy, he does exclusively physical attacks unless you stand far enough away from him to cast spells. And it just so happens that, thanks to having enough defense, he cannot do anything to me at all. While he's swinging his knives and while he is blocking like this, my physical attacks actually will usually just get blocked by his attacks. If I attack him just in time, I can actually get through his attacks here. Actually, do I even need my defender? I might not need my defense. I might have actually just naturally enough defense to take no damage from this guy. And he's not gonna cast any spells or abilities because I'm too close to him. He will prioritize using his side attacks instead. Actually, he might have faded now. I don't know what faded before there. Actually, it was probably the weapon enchant, wasn't it? Okay, I do need to defend her up in order to guarantee no damage from this guy. Oh wow, I still took 1 damage from here? Crazy. Must be high roll. If I time my attack just right, I can still get 1 extra hit off while he is swinging still. But it's a very tricky window of opportunity, it seems. I think 1 more hit will do the trick. I didn't count damage. Just have a feeling. Oh, it was not 1, it was 2. Close enough. Boing. There's our glove orb. Unfortunately we cannot get out of here in order to upgrade it at this point. So we're just going to run through this dungeon still with the same glove that we had before. These Embermen, notably, actually drop more money than it costs to buy 1 fairy walnut, but also their common drop is a fairy walnut as well. So this is where enemies giving money kind of ramps up dramatically. It's also kind of necessary because the next set of equipment you can buy from Gold City is significantly more expensive than the previous set. Also need to find an opportune time when my allies can take a good nap here. Come on. Okay, hit 1. I need to hit the other one too. There we go, good job. You get a pat on the back. Or a foot to the face. Whichever one you prefer. Actually, if you prefer the foot to the face, I'm gonna give you a pat on the back instead. Can I hit this switch? Yes. Not guaranteed that we can hit all the switches, but this one was not a problem. Alrighty, welcome to the next boss battle. We're actually gaining a tiny bit of weapon experience during this cutscene for arcane reasons I do not know. But since our weapon is at max level right now anyways, it doesn't matter. So this guy is very funky, because he's a lot like the previous Mech Rider, where he tries to get onto the same vertical elevation that we are on, and then try to run us over with his car. Like, that's all he does right now, but because his hitbox can't reach far enough down, because he's being blocked by the border here at the bottom, he can't quite do that. So instead, the most interesting he can do is counterattack, so he always will cast speed up on himself when he does not have the speed up buff. But when I hit him again, he will start using other attacks. In this case it's the 3 little rockets, and these things deal massive damage to me if they hit me. Unless I use Defender, I suppose. Also the ghosts absorb the little rockets. I'm not doing that intentionally, that's just what happens. Yep, you're going away. Stuck open again now. But yeah, this arena is not really well suited for the Mech Rider. As you can see, he's just trying to run me over, but he literally can't fit into this gap here either. So I can just keep hitting him. Except for where his counterattacks are actually going to be rather dangerous. The thing is, once he runs out of MP, he will no longer be able to cast speed up on himself. And consequently, we can just knock him out by just repeatedly punching him. The main downside is, however, with that strategy is that it kind of takes a long time to do. So, we're going to speed this up just a tad. I'm going to give myself elemental weapons to increase my base damage by just a little bit. Then I'm gonna defender up. I think the little rockets actually don't deal enough damage to punch much through my defenses here. Anyways. By the way, I'm pretty sure the speed up buff does nothing in this game, according to Moppleton. Like, it's supposed to increase your evasion and such, but it doesn't really do that. Yeah, defender buff from Gnome actually reduces the damage significantly enough that I guess maybe if it lowers. Oh, there we go. Wave cannon is a dangerous one. How do you want to be at full HP? Actually, I'm going to deny the damage from this, so I don't even know how much damage he'll do. But the wave cannon deals a lot of damage if it gets us. His buff has faded. He's going to buff himself again. I don't know how long my buff is going to last, so let's pick that back up too. There we go. How much damage is wave cannon going to do? 79. That is with defense up. That is with 25% increased physical defense. So that's a lot of damage. Normally the little rockets are more dangerous than the wave cannon, because you can just deny the damage from the wave cannon by using an item with yourself or stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure the little rockets are impacting on our ghosts instead of hitting me, but there's not really anything I can do about that. I'm not trying to use them as a shield. But also, I feel like the damage from the little rockets, thanks to Defender, is negligible enough that I don't have to worry about it too much. So it's fine. And we level up too. Oh, nice. And with this, we now have access to the world. We can do all sorts of things at this point. And the first order of operation I want to do is I want to go into the Palace of Darkness. Actually, that's not true. After we buy an armor upgrade from Gold City, we're gonna go into Palace of Darkness and grind out, let's say, 10 chests from the Dark Knights, just because I like doing that. It's entirely unnecessary. With our defender buff, we should be able to knock down all of the bosses without too much trouble. From here it is southeast, isn't it? To get to Gold City. Approximately. So far, that was the tutorial. Now for the real game. Clearly. Alright, we're gonna go and buy new armor, because this is a huge jump in armor, with the battlesuit costing 30,000 gold. Which, by the way, we have just barely enough money for. Now we need 11,000 and another 8,000. We might actually not have enough money. Huh. But yeah, if you have used other equipment pieces before or decided to stick to the power list, now is the time where you definitely want to switch over. Okay, let's see if we can actually afford... Don't sell the battlesuit, I just bought that thing. Let's see if we can even afford the new armor. So I'm actually not sure. I think we don't buy the duck helmet then. Yeah, this is not quite enough money. We're pretty close, but not quite there. So, the Lazuli ring, by the way, gives +5 intelligence. That is the equivalent of 5 extra levels for the sprite in the terms of just dealing extra magic damage. It's actually very significant. And I guess I could afford this. Oh, look at this. I need 5 gold for this helmet. It would be a significant upgrade. Let me just do that. It's not as good as the duck helm. Duck helm is clearly superior. I mean, obviously, compared to a tiger cap. Ducks are much more scary than tigers. And dragon helms... I mean, clearly, dragon helms are weaker than duck helmets. But they will still serve us just fine. Right. We're gonna come back for the duck helmet sometime. But before that, we're gonna go all the way around here. Because you have to talk to the guy all the way in the northeast of this place. And he is on top of the wall, so you have to walk all the way around in order to get his dialogue. Who then tells you about a certain spy that stole the key to the Gold City Tower. And this is the trigger for you to learn about Mara. Fear the Quack. Pretty much. So this is effectively a necessary side quest to open up the Gold City Tower, regardless of what else we're gonna do. So I think it's just east, southeast. From here is Southtown. And we grab the key from here. And they waddled away. Waddle, waddle. And slap me to the next day. Waddle, waddle. This is a weird... Hold up. Sorry. This is a weird placement for a bed. Like in this room, how would you arrange a bed? Maybe when you're sleeping like this, you want to have an eye onto the entryway in case somebody sneaks in at night or... Well, she was a spy, so she's probably trying to be careful. Anyways, a really weird location for a bed, in my opinion. Oh well. We're gonna rest so we recover all of our MP here. You know what, I just realized I didn't upgrade my weapon. I don't have enough money for that now. Oh well, we're just gonna knock out a few enemies, I suppose, and then we upgrade the weapon. We could go into Gold City for that. Now let's just go immediately into Palace of Darkness, because we need to hit a bunch of buttons in that place anyways, in order to open up the passages. There, my goodness, took me way too long to find this place. Here we are. And in here we can make sure our allies are briefly taking a good nap. Come on, guys. No, don't hit them. No, stop that. There we go, one's done. Oh, the lady was in the doorway. When I switched over to her, she was actually far enough in the doorway that she was just triggered the exit. It's kind of funny. Anyways, there should also be another claw upgrade down here, shouldn't there? You know, maybe I should get Luna first. Lumina, excuse me, so I can guarantee critical hits. So I'm pretty sure these guys are largely immune against all status effects, so I can't crowd control them with petrification or fire. But these are the guys that I want to knock out for the purposes of getting the rare drop from them. Don't care about these clones. We have to use an axe in order to get through here. Actually, let me just see whether that's even true. I'm pretty sure they're immune to petrification. These guys are not here. Maybe. These in here are definitely not immune to petrification. Let's see. Yeah, I think he's immune to petrification. Nice crit. Chest. No chest. Also, I believe, if I remember correctly, some of these enemies in here had a really weird behavior when they got confused. I don't know if it was these guys or the helicopter knights. Also, this chest is always loaded, so if you want to farm enemies in this room, you want to actually open up this chest so there can be up to 3 enemies spawned at a time. Also, frequently there's an enemy stuck in this wall on the right side here. It's not today, but this wall here, there's just an enemy. I think a bat or a head thing inside there. Maybe it's a head that summons the bat. I guess that's kind of how that goes. Let's see if they can be put on fire. I don't remember. Well, that guy... The status message would still say whether they get put on fire or not, by the way. I'm reasonably certain they're just immune against status effects. Except for confusion. Yeah, that did not work. That's alright. Here we're going to need the whip to get across. Hit that button over there. And then we're actually just gonna go back. You can use the magic rope. It's actually faster to get back all the way to the entrance and then walk from there in order to get to that door over there. But I actually want to be in this room here for grinding purposes. We're gonna grab this guy and just moving over to this exit down here. So if you remember what we did in the Pandora ruins, this is gonna be the same concept here. Certain rooms in this game have basically no designated location where they send your characters back to. They just read where you came from, the previous room, and send you back there. And because of that weird interaction, if an enemy is situated right here, and if I reset through that room, then this enemy here is now exactly right here. Normally enemies spawn back in their original position when you reload the room, but because I used a exit door to get back to where I came from, I just come straight back here. These guys also use a whip type weapon, which means they don't actually hit anything right next to them, so I'm literally perfectly safe right up in their face. They cannot hit me if I'm too close to them. So, when this guy drops a chest, ideally we can knock out the guy on the right side as well, although actually I don't have a way to do that with things. Oh, he went away, that's good. If we drop a chest, that chest can actually occupy the spawn slot of this guy on the right side, and I can potentially get 2 knights to spawn right here, instead of just 1. That is like the ideal case scenario. So once you have this spot set up with 3 knights spawning in this location, you kind of don't want to leave. But I do at some point want to leave anyways, because I want to upgrade my weapon twice. But I don't have the money for it right now. So I need to knock out a few more. Do 2 claps qualify as applause? Maybe. That actually dealt damage for once. It's very rare that your suplex attack deals damage. But these enemies can always be hurt, no matter they are getting hurt animation. Also, it's not a suplex. It's more of a throw. Level up. How much money do we have? They did give a good chunk of money. Every single one you defeat here. 12,000, that is enough for the duck helmet. I think that might be enough for the weapon upgrade as well. Because a better weapon would allow us to just knock them out more quickly too. Let's go for 5 more enemies. Nice crit. Oh, and there's our chest. So, we might not have a high enough analyzer level to analyze the chest. Actually, I think it's level 3, isn't it? Yeah, this actually just works. Level 3 is the threshold for these guys, I believe. And we got the thing first try, what the heck? This is the rare drop that I was looking for. Alrighty, to put this into perspective. This gauntlet is so insanely strong relative to what we have. To put this into perspective, we just got a massive upgrade from, what was it, 14, 16 defense up to 35, more than doubling our accessory defense. But the gauntlet gives us all the way from 35 up to 90 defense. That is, on average, 55 damage less taken by all enemy attacks. And that's not all, that is just the physical side of things. On top of that, this gauntlet reduces magic damage taken. Actually, let me back off real quick. All armor pieces usually have a magic defense value roughly equivalent to their physical defense value, so it's about 35 for Lazuri Ring. You know, it's pretty good. But the gauntlet, for whatever reason, its magic defense value is 250. Actually, I think it's 245, I believe. Anyways, it's absurdly much stronger than any other piece of equipment you can get at this point in the game. This is the gauntlet that you can buy from Neko before you head into the Pure Lands. Also, we need to get some good music going. And hey, Valakar, yes, we were farming gauntlets, but we got them first try. So if you're ever doing a solo character challenge run in this game, and you just want to have an easy ride for the rest of the game, just farm the gauntlets. Either you get the gauntlets, and you have it easy because of that, or you spend enough time in that spot trying to get the gauntlets that you're leveling up to such a crazy degree that the enemies don't pose much of a threat because of that anymore. It is a crazy difference, let me put it that way. Anyways, we can upgrade our weapon twice now. 1600 plus... Oh, I didn't actually go and pick up the chest, I'm a dingus. Anyways, we need to grab... Well, we need to deliver our item here for good music. Also, a very unique item acquirer jingle for the Moogle belt. And this is one of my favorite music pieces in the game. So good. If I'm not mistaken, for as many faults as the Secret of Mana remake has, I actually love the remade version of that song too. It's really good. I guess the music in the remake is overall actually really good. Except for the part where it's not really fitting as background music for games. Alright, we could go and pick up our duck helmet, but let me tell you, I don't think we need to. We are so much stronger now than what we used to be. Let me go back into the Palace of Darkness. Not here. Here? Like adjacent, but there it is. Alright. One down. Do that again. Thank you. Okay. By the way, hitting that switch up there, open up this door, and this is where my weapon upgrade is. We don't need... I was gonna consider just leaving and then coming back in order to deal a bit more damage, but since I'm not gonna be farming the gauntlets anymore, because I already have them, we can just leave. So these enemies just stand no chance. I can just face tank everything now thanks to the gauntlets. Any spell will probably just deal 1 damage exactly to me for the foreseeable future. And here we have Shade, or something like that. This is Lime Slime, normally mildly dangerous, because it's bubble attack. Deals decent amount of damage, and depending on which element you hit him with, I think they have like different status effects they can turn into. Oh, never mind. They just turn into different elements to begin with. Shade is weak to fire, so Salamander would absolutely destroy this poor guy. I'm not allowed to use Salamander because this is a punch run, so we just punch enemies. Regardless, I have absolutely no problem just tanking through this. Even if I didn't get the gauntlets, by the way, if you bought like a full set of equipment from Gold City, you would have enough defense to just not really take any damage. I think anyways. Maybe the sprite has low enough stamina that you will still get hit. But right now, especially with the gauntlets, we're not taking any damage here. Also, this thing gets smaller and smaller and smaller the more damage it takes. The opposite of the Dread Slime later, which gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Just punch, and punch, and punch, and a few more punches. This thing also has a good chunk of HP. I distinctly remember the strategy guide in German telling me that this thing is weak to fire. So I tried casting Salamander on it, and it dealt 1 damage. This Lime Slime has a good oh wow, that's... Right, I remember, that's a percentage-based damage attack there. I suppose that deals more than 1 damage. Anyways, I distinctly remember I tried casting Salamander on this guy and it just dealt 1 damage. Again, when I was a kid, I had no concept about grinding or leveling up anything, even spells. So when I saw that Salamander just dealt no damage, I thought, oh, maybe the strategy guide is wrong. And I just used weapons instead, and that worked perfectly fine. The thing is, I never really used Salamander before, outside of just defeating, I think, Frostgigas was it? So it wasn't leveled up at all, and this thing has a good chunk of magic defense. So unless your sprite is really high level, a level 1 or level 0 Salamander is likely not going to deal a whole lot of damage to it. It starts getting to decent damage ranges when you have level 3 Salamander. Level 4 actually starts dealing good damage against the Lime Slime. Anyways, we don't have to worry about any of these things. We just sit here and keep punching. And kicking. By the way, the slime enemies usually go to the character that is the furthest away from them. But because the other two are not alive, that's always the lady, no matter where she is going. We're also in the top left corner of the map now, and now we can no longer get knocked back anyways. Evil Gate deals damage based on my current HP percent. which I suppose is like the most damaging thing this thing can possibly do. However, when you as a player ever use Evil Gate, it's just straight up not worth it. Because a lot of other spells will just deal way more damage to all enemies. There is no enemy in the game that has a sufficient amount of HP where you can use Evil Gate against in order to deal meaningful damage to them. Especially considering how much MP it costs, which is absolutely absurd. It would be actually reasonably good to use against bosses in particular. However, bosses are hard-coded to take exactly 1 damage from Evil Gate, so it just doesn't do anything. Ooh, trash can, thank you. Thank you kindly for 9 months of support, welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay, hope you're doing well. Thank you kindly. We also get Shade, and we improve our attack power just a little bit thanks to having sealed the Mana Seed of Darkness. This also means that all of the enemies are just gone from this place. I guess this might be literally the only time I've ever actually used the Heavy Glove before. Because you just get weapon upgrades aplenty, including the glove, which I could have upgraded earlier. Don't know where it is from here. I'm pretty good at getting lost on this world map thing. Okay. Alright, this is the... Let's see. The desert is northeast from the mountain here. And then it's east from the desert to get to Gold City. There we go. Maybe if I think about it. We're not gonna get any armor upgrades, so even though the duck helmet is probably not necessary, it's just nice to have everything fully upgraded as much as it can be. So I will do exactly that. It is just a casual 12 extra defense. How much damage would the Mana Beast take from Evil Gate if it wasn't hard-coded to deal 1 damage? At the beginning, probably 999. Actually, in the Seeker of Mana randomizer, at least in the open world variant, you can use Evil Gate on bosses. And it's not hard-coded to cap at 1 damage. And it's actually a pretty competent spell to deal good damage, especially if you don't have any other options. It's actually really good there. This chest contains a Spear Orb. I don't need a Spear Orb, so I'm not gonna pick it up. Acid Storm. This reduces my defense by 25%. That's actually reasonably impactful, especially since it's a high level Acid Storm, so it's going to last for a while. So I'm actually just gonna wait here until it runs out. Actually, hold up. I forgot. I meant to go and upgrade my weapon. In the meantime, Acid Storm can just run out, I suppose. Hello. There we go. We now have a Hyper Fist. I don't think it does anything, but we have one now. Well, it doesn't do anything special, does it? I can actually look that up. Let's see. Chakra Hand, give 1 wisdom until intelligence. Heavy Glove. It's supposed to be effective against insects, but let me put it this way. Type effectiveness against certain types of enemies just straight up doesn't work in this game. Like, the game tells you it's super effective against certain enemies, but it doesn't. Hyper Fist is supposed to be super effective against lizards. Are you a lizard? This looks like a lizard to me. Very blue. Anyway, welcome to Spiky Tiger 2.0. This is Blue Spike. And I have so much defense that he is dealing 0 damage to me. But because I take 0 damage, I still actually get the heavy knockdown effect, and consequently I actually hit him with getting up attacks. Because if you have a melee weapon equipped, your character always does a get up attack animation, and also tries to hit enemies around them when they get up, and that includes the fist weapon. If we hit, that is. Every time we try to get up from the floor, this is basically a get up attack attempt, and the getting up attack just happens to be, you know, powered up by me charging up my weapon. This is arguably not an intended interaction, but it's not like this battle here is gonna get any more interesting by me not doing this, because he literally can't deal any damage to me. A gauntlet. But yeah, if he is up on the tower, he will occasionally cast various spells and abilities. He always lands in the exact center when he comes back from the towers. And I'm just waiting here. But yeah. Like, I'm playing this mostly glitchless, but this is kind of one of these grey areas where... I mean, I highly doubt they intentionally implement the charge attack to work this way. But it's also innocent enough that I think it's just kind of a neat little feature to use. Like, I never even attack this guy, he just knocks himself out. Release your charge attack. That's the current charge attack. And if we miss, well, we try again, I guess. I'm trying to think whether there's any clever way of getting... Oh. The fake death animation. This game has screen shake. Unplayable. I think I could go and grab a coffee while this guy knocks himself out. Oh, too late. So, thanks to the power of the gauntlet, I actually don't have to worry about the next boss either. Normally in the next boss, the lady actually has a unique advantage over the solo character challenger of the boy, that she can get her defense high enough. So Blue Spike deals guaranteed 0 damage to her with his physical attack, so she can actually just tank him in close combat. Also, that chest over there contains an axe orb. We don't need axes in this run here. Thank you. Yeah. So, Blue Spike. Gorgon Ball. If we are in close proximity of him, he will... Oh, he actually does deal damage. I am very surprised. If we are in close proximity of him, he will never use his spells, which is a good thing, because, well, he will occasionally use this one, I guess. But his spells would occasionally be rather dangerous. This also can knock you unconscious when he does his ground slime on you. But if we just entirely completely nullify all the damage he does... Oh, I'm unconscious, apparently. Still kicking. Is this the extension of the Drunken Fist? Where is the unconscious fist, maybe? Anyways. Ooh, he got a high damage roll. So maybe we do want to use Defender after all. Maybe I misremember. Maybe it is with the Gauntlet. But yeah, this guy uses Earth Slide on all party members if he casts a spell. And let me tell you, his Earth Slide will one-shot us. Guaranteed. Like, even with the Gauntlet, I have reasonable confidence that he will one-shot us if I let him actually get a spell cast off. He has more magic power than Dark Lich. So Earthlight just deals that much more damage. But well, we can just brawl with him in close proximity without any trouble here. Actually, I'm pretty sure the Defender buff gives us more defense than the Gauntlet would provide, so it might work both with and without Gauntlets anyways. I think in Phase 2 his attacks actually have enough attack power where they can punch through our defenses without having the Gauntlet. But with the Gauntlet and Defender buff, it's probably gonna be fine. Probably. Punch's magic faded. Punch's magic is back up. How many games can you take a fairly dangerous boss, intentionally stand right up in their face, and that is the safest strategy? Well, it turns out in Secret of Mana there's quite a few of these battles. Minotaur is similar if you have enough defense. Blue Spike, as well as Spiky Tiger, both of them are similar as well. There's Phase 2, when he does that animation. Now he can occasionally start charging across the screen. Whenever he uses his like big spike attack, this is where he has more attack power than he did before. However, thanks to our increased defense from the Gauntlet, it appears that we still take effectively 0 damage while we have no up. Very convenient. Also, level 4 Gnome. By the way, one thing I didn't even mention about the Gauntlets. You know how I kept the Power Wrist equipped for its +5 strength, because that is just a lot of extra damage for a long time, despite its defense not being that great? Well, the Gauntlet also gives +5 strength, so it is actually our best in slot armor piece for the literal rest of the game. Like, there are higher defense armor pieces that we could equip, but in terms of combat capability, it doesn't get better than the Gauntlet actually. Unfortunately, that's the only piece of equipment the lady can equip that gives plus strength. Any interest in the RuneScape 3 League? No, not really. In general, I'm not terribly interested in RuneScape 3. Oh, my defense buff wore off. If he is funny like that, he could actually just repeatedly ground slam me over and over again, and I would die to it, because it would just keep knocking me unconscious over and over again. Luckily, he decided not to do that. That could have been disaster right there. Our Raving Loon, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Welcome to Secret of Mana, solo character challenge run with just the lady here. And we have so much defense that this big, gigantic, muscular ball literally cannot punch us for any damage whatsoever, as long as I keep my defense buff going. And we just slowly punch him. It's also an additional challenge of only using our, well, fist weapon, which is unfortunately the weakest weapon in the game. Even if it has the coolest moveset of all of the charge animations, it's just absolutely the weakest one. But hey, welcome to Secret of Mana. If you don't know, this is an old Super Nintendo RPG. And a lot of people have a lot of fond memories of it because, well, for me, this was the very first RPG I've ever played. Well, unless you want to count Zelda 2, I suppose. But still, generally speaking, this is one of my favorite games of all time, because I've played way too much of it, and I know way too much of it. And the solo character challenge is just par for the course at this point. Also, by the way, while he is having his horns out there, that counts as a shield. So if I walk through him and try to punch him in his back to actually hit him, that actually would be able to hit him, like right here. I tried to hit him on the backside, because the front is shielded, and if you hit a shield, like here, the game does a high-pitched zing noise. Kinda like that, and your attack is just entirely negated. If your attack ever hits a shield, you don't deal any physical damage. I actually don't know if you can punch this guy in the back anyways or not. I don't actually know. Also, by the way, there's just a straight up 30% chance for me to miss, no matter what else I do. Oh. Well, he kicked him into the next week. Bitter conflict status. Governor's wife allegedly still dead. One of the princes kidnapped by rebels. Just got from Swordwatch. What game was a Raving Loon playing? That's a fascinating comment right there. Welcome to you. Hope you're having a nice day today. Hopefully a nicer day than... Oh, the wife part is allegedly still dead, implying that there's a possibility for that to be not the case anymore. Alrighty, and with this we have Lumina. So, Lumina is what we need in order to get our strongest upgrade for the entire game. Lumina itself, I guess, is technically useful for us, because it allows us to get a physical damage shield going for our character. Unfortunately, all the Lumina spells are quite expensive to cast, so leveling it up to an acceptable level is going to take a bit. But if I ever need any physical damage absorption, the Lumina shield is pretty good. The thing is, however, when an enemy attacks that can also inflict various status effects, such as petrification or unconscious, and you have a Lumina shield equipped, even if that attack would deal 0 damage to you, the status effect actually always hits because of the Lumina shield if you have it active. However, the main reason why Lumina unlocks our best upgrade is not because of Lumina itself, but because of what Lumina as a key allows us to do. Good day, Jager. Can we use the Snowman glitch to erase the 2 deadweights, or are they progress mandatory? They are still progress mandatory until we clear the Grand Palace. So we need to deal with the 3 doppelgangers, then we go to Tasnica, then we get to the Grand Palace, and once we are through the Grand Palace, we can go ahead and delete them. Key to Lunar Palace, if you remember, yes. You very specifically need Lucent Beam to open up this passage. And with this, we get Luna. Luna is our key to actually dealing good damage, because she gives us the ability to guarantee critical hits. You know how it was nice to occasionally get critical hits, although they're quite rare? Well, it turns out with Luna, we have Moon Energy. This only costs 2 MP, and at level 0 it guarantees 1 critical hit anytime we cast it. At level 1 it will guarantee 2 critical hits. at level 2, it will guarantee 3 critical hits. And you get the pattern at this point. So we're gonna be leveling up Luna here just a tad. Like, I think level 3 is kind of reasonable. I will be using secondary characters to speed up the grind here for grinding up extra magics just a little bit. This is gonna save me like a grand total of like 3 minutes or something like that. That's not a big deal. A pigment character, by the way, casts their spells quicker because the animation is shorter for them to like perform their summoning ritual for the elemental spirits. It is 12 spell casts to get from level 0 to level 1, then it's an additional 13 spell casts from level 1 to level 2, and then 15 from level 2 to level 3. And for reference, Lunar Boost is also technically a usable boost, because it increases your attack power by 25%. So you would think that's a great thing to have to deal more damage. But it actually has a very significant downside. So you know how the player character doesn't really have evasion? Well, that's not technically true. If an enemy has evasion and we miss because of evasion, which about happens 30% of the time when we attack, then we just deal no damage at all. However, the enemy attacking you and its triggering evasion works slightly differently. Technically speaking, when I mentioned earlier, when you have something equipped in each and every one of your equipment item slots, the enemies usually get a low damage roll. That is technically what evasion does. And casting Lunar Boost on your character removes that evasion, which means enemies will always get a high damage roll on your character while Lunar Boost is active. Which, especially in a bunch of boss fights, is actually really dangerous. So I usually forgo casting Lunar Boost, even though it would allow me to deal more damage, purely because a lot of physical attacks have the potential to just straight up wipe me out if I'm not careful. And Moon Energy is so good, it is crazy good, I agree. We now have it already level 3, but I'm just gonna use up the rest of my spellcasts so we get closer to level 4. But yeah, the guaranteed critical hits are crazy good. Quite simply because the Secret of Mana damage calculation is pretty simple. Let's say you attack with a weapon and deal 100 damage. If an enemy has 50 defense, it just subtracts that. So 100 damage minus 50 is, well, you deal 50 damage at the end. A critical hit doubles your damage output before the enemy's defense is subtracted, which means in that case we deal 100 damage times 2 because of the critical hit, and then subsequently it reduces the damage by 50 from the enemy's defense, so you deal 150 damage. So instead of 50 damage, it's 150, it's effectively triple damage instead of just double. And the comparison just gets more and more extreme the more defense an enemy has. Because the final boss, the Mana Beast, has 450 defense. So let's say you deal 500 damage in one attack. You would deal 50 damage after defense subtraction. But if you then critically hit, suddenly your damage is 550. That's 11 times damage. And this is kind of the key for us to win at the end here. Because critical hits can punch through an enemy's defense that effectively, Lunar Energy is just insanely good for us. Right, I need Tasnika next. Also want to buy more fairy bonnets. Mana Sword? Nah, we would be okay without it. We are in fact okay without it. What I actually can do is I can buy a flowers. Oh, I cannot. That's too expensive. That's kind of funny. The flower suit increases... Well, it gives you immunity to being put to sleep. Because, you know, the sleep spell is called Sleep Flower in this game. I believe the Cobra bracelet also gives you immunity to sleep, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it gives you immunity to poison, which is what I sort of expect from an item named Cobra bracelet. But I'm pretty sure it also gives you immunity to sleep. Alrighty, we are significantly stronger than we used to be, thanks to guaranteed critical hits now. And the interesting thing is, with critical hits guaranteed, charge attacks actually become a lot more interesting. Wait, why am I going here? This is not where I want to go. My muscle memory just let me go here after Gold City. We need to go south of here. Also, little fun fact, there's a little cutscene with Gemma playing here, but only if you actually walk into the cutscene trigger, you can actually just walk around it. And then, when you walk into the cutscene with Gemma, he talks to you, walks up and then just whoop, disappears. Oh, Maddie, thank you. Mana. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. Hope you're doing well today. Maddie, thank you so much for a crazy long time of 112 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hello. Who are you? You must be spies. I forgot to knock out my other characters. Let me just do that real quick. So this is actually a very interesting encounter, because this is just a straight up Darkstalker. It's the exact same Darkstalker that you can face later in the game. And the reason why that's interesting... Guys, you're not supposed to do that much. Is because this guy can drop us a rare drop that is actually technically slightly stronger than the Gauntlet. But we only get one exact chance at that. Oh well. We didn't get it, but that's okay. So I need to not forget to talk to Gemma here as well. Because otherwise, I'm not gonna be let into the top of the mountain. But if you're ever looking to buy Royal Jam for its normal price, the shop is right here. I think this is the only shop in the game that sells Royal Jam that is not Necco. Unfortunately, we don't need any more. But apparently we can still grab the candy. Alrighty, and with this we can climb a mountain. With the level of equipment we have at this point, enemies pretty much can annoy us. That's a very real thing they can do. But I think there's literally a 0% chance that they will ever kill us. Like, I can just go and take a nap, wake up, do laundry, eat some breakfast, forget about the game, come back the next day, and my character would still be alive. Except that they might be sleeping too, because they get knocked unconscious from the sleep flower. This is why I wanted to buy the flower suit, just so I could go up this place here without getting put to sleep all the dang time. Also, in case you've ever wondered why the game tells you that your characters are unconscious after jumping across the rope hole is because the game briefly revives your character just for the purpose of doing this jump animation, and then it knocks them out again. And that's why that message shows up repeatedly. Alrighty. Hello. Will you try? Sure. Alright, good luck. Thank you. You too. Wait. It's fine. Anyways. I believe this is the last mandatory use of the axe. Well, I guess you could argue that there's one more in the Mana Fortress. Actually, that's not true. The green pebbles can also only be removed by the axe in the underground. So never mind, there's more uses of it still. Something just ate a message. I assume that was a misclick. Anyways, welcome to the ghosts, and two of the ghosts just poof away. Because if one of your characters dies, the equivalent doppelganger just gets removed. Will you choose the boss or do it legit? Which one? By the way, the Shadow X2 has 800 HP, which is the maximum amount of HP the lady can possibly have. Pro move, making your allies weak so their dark reflections are weaker. Clearly, that's why we're doing the solo challenge. There is a legitimate reason to keep at least one character at level 1, and that's when you want to get all of your equipment, including the sword, up to level 8.99. Actually, in fact, it's technically required for everything 8.99. Alrighty. What next? I think it is the watermelon. So let me go and save before we go to the watermelon. But also might as well just briefly buff ourselves. A little bit of extra moon energy. And not really any particular reason which element I'm supposed to use. I'm just using the highest level saber, so we increase our base damage by just a little bit more. So, and I'm actually really curious whether we take any meaningful damage from the boss coming up, or whether we could just tank its spells as well. Because the next boss is kind of like the first time where the game knows where you are in terms of like story progression. Before this, just now, the game could have gone, like you could do a lot of things in different orders, so they couldn't really make the things too difficult. But now we are in a place where the game knows, okay, we can ramp up the difficulty quite a bit, because you now have done all of the other things that you need to do in order to get here. And consequently, this boss coming up is a fair bit stronger than stuff beforehand. Although, the funny thing is it will often cancel its own damage by just casting its spells too quickly before the previous animation finishes. And unlike your own characters, enemies cannot stack their damage from spells. Also, let me just real quick knock these guys out here. There we go. Alright, that's actually substantial damage. No, the wrong character. Let me actually see. How much damage do you deal with the spell? Burst specifically, I guess 1 damage. So, little fun fact, in the German version of the game, the German booklet, the guide booklet, tells you that you should use a spell called Spell Stop. Like, it literally is called like Spell Stop or spell block or something like that. Dispel Magic is what the game is or what the booklet is referring to. I didn't know what Dispel Magic did. So I was just spamming Spell Stop on this guy, hoping that he would stop being able to cast spells. And to my delight, he was no longer able to cast spells after just a short amount of time. What I didn't know at the time is the reason why he couldn't cast any spells anymore is because Burst costs, I think, 6 mana for MP, or is it 4? Burst costs a lot of MP, and he is just spamming this like crazy. Like, he's literally cancelling out his own damage by casting a spell too quickly. Sleep Flower costs 2 MP, and he eventually won't be able to cast any spells anymore because he's out of MP very quickly. So, consequently, the big watermelon on spiky legs, it's going to run out of mana very, very quickly here. And I think it's out of mana already. If you're far enough away from it, it will jump up into the air and then pinball around the arena. This is actually mildly dangerous, but I'm pretty sure if I use defense up, we're not gonna take any meaningful damage. And this allows me to put him back into the middle of the arena. Come on, jump. And then I can actually lock him in place by wedging my character against the bottom side of this thing. And it's not gonna be able to go anywhere anymore. Or at least I thought that was the case. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways. What do you know? Spell block actually worked. He can no longer cast spells. Anyways, as long as we're not too far away from him, he doesn't do that jump and the transformation, so we are perfectly safe from his attacks. He does get an active hurt box after taking damage, where if you, let's say, walk into his legs, after he takes damage, you will actually take damage from his active hurt box. So you want to be slightly careful about that. But besides that, we can just keep hitting him. Punch is Magic Fade. I think that's my defense button. And there he goes. But yeah, just a casual 500 to 600 damage with our charge attacks. It's pretty good. Previously we were dealing 50 damage per punch, if that. We are significantly stronger than what we used to be before getting Luna. And I mean, on top of that, Luna is also an additional mana seed. And once again, every single mana seed you seal, actually, except for this one, you gain a little bit of extra magic power, a little bit of extra defense, a little bit of extra attack power. I actually don't know what the thing is, like 10% or something like that per seed. You do get quite a bit stronger. So even our level 1 characters are able to deal substantially more damage because of the seeds, even though they never actually leveled up or gained any better weapons. Their damage still technically goes up. The difficulty ramp is now, the difficulty cliff is the Pure Lands, yes. That's a fair way of putting it. I like to think of it as like a difficulty wall, because the Pure Lands are an absolutely crazy, like... It's so much more difficult to clear the Pure Lands than anything else beforehand. Also, some nice music. I'm gonna briefly go on save before stuff can go wrong. Did I use any supplies? I don't think I did, right? Yeah, no, we're fine. When's the next weapon upgrade? Oh, technically, the next weapon upgrade is after Hydra. You know what? I'm gonna pick it up anyways. I know this is kind of, I'm playing this mostly glitchless, but I wanna show off something, and let me be honest with you. We don't have to upgrade our weapon anymore at all at this point. Thanks to Luna, the rest of the game is not gonna be any more difficult if I do or do not get any extra weapon upgrades. It's going to make stuff slightly easier, but it's not going to make a huge difference. Anyways, I'm going to go and grab another coffee, and then we will head into Death's Domain, or whatever you want to call this place. It's like the underground city. Speaking of underground city, in Might and Magic 9, or X actually, that I played recently, I kept expecting to be like a futuristic area somewhere, but there actually ended up not being any. So that's a shame. Righty, taking a quick break, grabbing some coffee real quick, and then I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello everybody. So, you absolutely love Darkstar. It's very moody. It's very good. Hey Esgrand, welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, welcome to the Grand Palace. This area is probably the most affected by having the gauntlet as an accessory already, because the damage we're going to be taking from these enemies is going to be rather negligible, which is nice because especially these metal crawly enemies, they have really high... how to put it? It's really difficult to avoid the damage from them because their attack size is huge, and they also attack really quickly, especially when they twirl up in like a top spin or whatever you want to call it, whenever that's a thing. That chest over there contains a boomerang orb. I don't care, because this is not that kind of run. What I do need to do is I need to use the axe in order to get through here. There's not really much of a way around this. I just have to use... I'm pretty sure you're specifically required to use the axe. I'm pretty sure the sword does not actually work. These are more like coated like rocks, if you will. In the Mana Fortress we can use the sword as well in order to swish away these things. In the meantime, we need to punch these switches, and then we go back up, punch the next switch, etc. These Basilisk enemies are the first instance of an enemy that can give you a huge boost to your headgear defensive equipment piece. Like, it is an absolutely crazy difference compared to previous defensive pieces of equipment. It is a rare drop, so the chance of you getting it is not too great. But there's probably the most basilisks of any area in this area here specifically. However, arguably not the best place to grind out the basilisk at, because respawning them is kind of slow at this stage here. Oh, the wrong guy dropped us a chest. That's a shame. Oh well, that's gonna happen. What do we find in here? Probably trap, because I didn't untrap it. Oh, Doom Trap. That could have killed me. A Doom Trap has a rare chance, I actually don't know what the chance is, to just instantly kill you. Ironically, with the Solar Cactus Challenge run for the lady, if you cast Lumina on yourself to get a physical damage shield, or Lucid Barrier, excuse me, it's called, that one actually just blocks the damage from the insta-kill variant of that trap. So funnily enough, as long as you have Lumina shield up, it's actually less dangerous to get hit by the instant death variant of the trap than it is to get reduced to 1 HP exactly. Right, I think the switch is on the right here. It is. By the way, we can also use Lightsaber instead of the Stone Saber, but it's the same level right now. Oh wait, excuse me. We could also use Moon Saber instead of the Stone Saber. Actually, there's a benefit to doing this. I just realized. Moon Saber allows you to regain health when you attack. Basically, you life leech for the same amount of damage you deal to enemies. But it also locks you into a getting healed animation, which normally is not that great, but if you're using charge attacks anyways, then it actually cuts the charge attacks short, which is, fun enough, actually beneficial, because it means that you can then subsequently restart your next charge attack more quickly. Current is a reasonably weak physical attack that hits all party members once, one by one, and this is Hydra. I don't remember if you normally hit only one character or all of them, but I for some reason remember you being significantly less dangerous than your Jabberwocky counterpart. It might actually still one-shot me, so charging up a weapon attack here might not be a good choice. I don't remember. I'm gonna find it out the hard way, unless I get just lucky instead. There it is, let's see. 1 damage, never mind. This does reduce my defenses by 25%, so we would actually take significantly more damage from the next attack. if they ever uses physical attacks again. That current attack is considered physical. Poison gas. Basically anything that is not specifically a spell you can cast as the player is considered physical for the purposes of dealing damage. Anything else that you can cast as a player is magical in nature. Oh. Oh hey Crow, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. And yes, I stream almost every day. Fridays are an exception, every other Saturday you don't stream. And yeah, sorry, yesterday I was just so tired the entire day. I didn't feel like I could give a proper response. So I wanted to take my time with that. You're doing as fine as Frog's hair. I have to admit I don't know what that means. But I hope that's a good thing. And again, frogs don't usually have hair. So maybe not. Your grandpa says you don't know what it means either. Fair. Welcome to the underground. So, I'd like to mention something about the underground section here. There's a watch here. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we don't have currently any weapon upgrades we can get because we are doing punch only, and there's no punch upgrade. However, I have a reasonable assumption to make. There's two... Let me actually back off real quick. This area here has NPCs in it. It's a non-combat area, for the most part, but it's still locked to having only 3 characters on screen at any given point. Watts is gone now because there's 3 other characters here. I believe you actually heal us to full if we talk to you. But basically, this is a combat area, but there's only NPCs here. And technically, if you were to just walk through the walls here, outside, you actually land in a carbon copy of the other area we just came from, right outside here. This is technically the exact same area, looking-wise, like it's the exact same area, except that one of the versions of these areas has enemies in it, like this one, and the other one has the NPCs in it. The ones with the enemies in it has, in that room, where I was just in, chests. And those are 2 chests. One of them contains a sword orb, the same level of sword orb you get actually later in the Grand Palace, not too long from now. But the other one happens to have a claw orb. Now, I have a reasonable assumption that you were supposed to be able to get the 2 weapon orbs that you're missing from the bosses in the Mana Fortress, because Dread Slime and Buffy never actually drop you weapons, orbs at all, like they just don't drop any of them. My reasonable assumption is that you were supposed to get these weapon orbs in here, but they accidentally placed these chests into the wrong version of the map. And this version of the map, where enemies are roaming around, if you could get into that room with the NPCs, you find 2 chests with weapon orb, one for sword orb and one with a claw orb that you cannot access. However, there are means and ways to access it. For example, remember when I said if I pressed the B button on the very first frame? Well, something similar here works as well. I just picked up that claw orb through the wall. Because, effectively, when you are interacting with anything like a chest, the game needs to check, okay, are you close enough to the chest in order to be able to pick it up? And by default, all values for how far away you are from a certain creature or enemy or anything like that is set to 0. So effectively what I just did is I mashed the B button in a way where as soon as the chest loaded in through the wall over there, it actually just allowed me to interact with it on that first frame, where the game still thinks I have a distance of 0 between me and the chest, and consequently it allows me to pick it up. So, I was able to pick up that orb through the wall. There are other ways of how you get through that wall as well, by using invisible cactus and multiple controllers. Especially if multi-tap, it's relatively easy to do. But that's kind of the only way you can access these chests over there. So this is the Lost Glove Orb that you cannot normally access. Normally, in order to get the full power of your glove weapon, you need to get 2 weapon orb drops from the Mana Fortress's Wolf Lord enemies. Which I'd like to add is one of the more annoying grinds, because grinding specifically Wolf Lords is pretty slow, since there's not really any particularly good place to do so. We have not split the 5-1 with the guide in the making. The old one was extremely bad. You will probably remove the in-game timer pointer when you release it, as people could literally cheat. Game Jolt chimes with anyone near that buttered. Yeah, Game Jolt has not been reliable in a while for times there. And realistically, setting up cheat prevention over there would just take so much effort. Although it was my original way of how I, well, compared my times against anybody else, I'm still happy that the Game Jolt leaderboards exist over there, because that was my way of thinking, wait, why the heck is nobody else currently faster than me? That's just weird, I'm not a speedrunner. Or so I thought. Wrong way. It doesn't matter which way you go, this one just has the conveyor belt move the other way, so you don't have to work against the conveyor belt the entire time. A frog's hair is so fine as to not exist. Maybe. Sorry, munched down on a sandwich. Anyways, this is Kettlekin. This poor fellow has significantly less HP than all the previous bosses. The gimmick, I suppose, is supposed to be that he has a Lucid Barrier, which gives him a gigantic physical damage shield. But practically, for the most part, that doesn't really matter. Because we can either just use spells in order to circumvent that, or critical hits on our side to just punch through his shield anyways. His physical attacks do knock you unconscious for what it's worth. Oh. And they also hit decently hard. Ooh, it's actually more damage than expected to see. Fun fact about this guy, in the Japanese version he has a chainsaw. Why did they remove it from this version? Self-censoring reason, I would say. You might think that Nintendo of America had very strict regulations as to what kind of graphic content could or could not go into video games. But for the most part, a lot of companies actually just decided to censor all sorts of religious iconography or anything that could just be remotely be considered not good, if you will. like that for themselves, so they didn't have to worry about getting rejected by Nintendo of America for the release of the game over there. So I assumed the chainsaw removal happened because of that, rather than any actual reason. Alrighty. What else? Guidance not the best in terms of programming at all, so a factor. Stage 1 in Game Jolt is stuck at 16. Completely achievable time. Yeah, I mean, if you start from the save point on the top right in the easy mode, and then just defeat Donkey Kong from there, that's probably 16 seconds, I would guess. That's probably how that came to be. Okay, thank you. Wait, I actually needed a sprite. Hold up, I'm a dingus. That's how you glitched it in the OG version. Hey, maybe that's... So maybe somebody didn't actually cheat or hack their way onto the Game Jolt leaderboard then. Maybe they discovered that too? Oh, wait. Was that you then doing that in that case? Anyways. We need Nux. So this is where we need the keys to open up the passages to everything here. Which means we need to cast spells onto these orbs. So these crystal orbs are actually unique in that they accept any of the elemental spells relevant from the correct casting person. So we could cast Earth Slide, Missile, or, well, the other one. The other orbs previously you needed to cast one specific spell on in order to be able to let through. However, these ones, they just accept any of the spells, except you cannot use the Lady Salamander spells in order to open up the passage. You specifically have to use the Salamander spells from the sprite. You're confessing. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Alrighty. Next up. Activating these two crystal orbs lowered the plateaus on the left and the right side of this room in particular, which allows us to go in here and cast more spells. We're going to use Silence, costs 2 MP. Sprite, by the way, has baseline 8 MP at level 1, which I think means that we still need to get 1 extra spell cast off, or 1 extra fairy walnut in order to get all the rest off, if I'm not mistaken. So, orb number 4, that gets activated here. Fireball, and recover mana for the sprite. You heard a distant sound, aka something happened somewhere. And that something is down here. The walls right here lowered themselves thanks to activating the crystal orbs in those rooms. Then this is the one we have to activate with the lady, specifically with Lumina, and she's out of MP. Oops. Probably should have recovered that earlier. That's alright. Let me just use up the rest of my mana before using up a fairy walnut. It's because you save it, you place yourself away from the save point on the DK tower so it didn't stop the timer from counting up, because that's how the program did. Hey, I mean, it's fine, don't worry about it. I would argue we are the only two people that would potentially care, and at least in my opinion, it's fine, don't worry about it. This chest over there contains sword orbs. In case you didn't know, orbs in this chest, orbs in this game here in particular, work it that way where they allow you to get orbs from chests up to a certain amount. So if you, let's say, didn't pick up any of the sphere orbs previously, he summoned the chest over here. You're not supposed to do that, that's a glitch. I'm trying to do glitchless here. Well, mostly anyways. orbs allow you to get up to a certain level of, well, orbs. So if you never picked up any spear orbs and then you pick the ones up in the gold tower, you can actually pick it up 3 or even 4 times. And that is not a glitch, that's supposed to be a catch-up mechanic, or at least I think of it that way anyways. Oh. We're engulfed in flames. We do have an accessory that makes us immune to that, but we also would lose a tremendous amount of magic defense to the point where Flame Wall actually would deal damage to us. So it's fine, we don't need the immunity to that status. Alrighty, and here's the last one, where we need the sprite alive. After this, the sprite is literally no longer necessary for anything. The boy hasn't been necessary since a while, technically, but Hexus is like the last boss where I know it can bug out when the boy is not present. So I usually just have him part of the party until after Hexus at the very least. And because Mech Rider number 3 is right afterwards, it's usually just, you know, after Mech Rider because we're right here. Anyways, that's it for the sprite. Thank you so much for opening up the doors for us, I appreciate it. This orb in particular activated a rope pull on the east side of this room that allows us to get across. Not technically required, because we could just do the same shenanigans we did in the Ice Palace earlier, where we can use the rope pull next to us in order to jump straight down without activating the other one on the other side. But practically, again, I am kinda sort of trying to do this glitchless, I guess. You missed? Oh. I think you have to be very close to the bottom in order to actually hit the rope pull down there. It's a bit finicky at times. You want to do 100% guide where you get all trophies. Oh, what were the trophies? That actually could be an interesting category. Because I think that has a bunch of extra requirements, doesn't it? Well, mostly deaths, I suppose. Anyways, welcome to this guy. This little lizard thing is weak to ice. But, well, again, elemental weapons don't actually deal elemental damage, so that's not really a concern for us. But also, kind of like his compadre, he's just not smart enough to get close up to us, and we can just attack him from a slight distance. I think level 3, yeah, level 3 you should always hit him. We're just attacking him from a slight distance, and because we are diagonal standing away from him, he never actually hits us. We could technically get invisible characters here by letting him eat us and use a magic rope. Because you can actually use the magic rope in this room, and when you have the little lizard guy eat one of your characters, then use the magic rope while they're in his belly, you have invisible characters, which leads to all sorts of other shenanigans. There's a trophy for beating the game within 1 week of the game's release. That's weird. I probably have that one technically on my very old PC. So maybe this is the one time where Lunar Boost comes in handy to increase our damage output by 25%. Because it's not like we're taking any damage here. There's still also my theory for I Wanna Be the Guy Gaiden, where some of the event modes that KN used to release at some points during like certain streamers playing his game could actually lead to a faster time in stage 1-1, because like the tempo of all the barrels and such is just so different. So maybe we could ask Kane to give us a button to activate those events. I think he offered to do that at some point, didn't he? Also, I'm just going outside to save for, I guess, no particular reason. We shouldn't die to Hexus. Actually, you know what? We can simplify hexes dramatically. Although I don't really need to do that. It's always fun to do it anyways. It's not even a glitch, it's just creative use of game mechanics. In order to do that, however, I need barrels. And I think the only way to get barrels right now is actually from the very first Neko over here. So I'm also gonna recover my mana, and then just gonna buy for more fairy walnuts, because money at this point is not a big concern anymore. Because we're soon enough going to grind out a ton of cash for stuff in the Pure Lands anyways. Then upgrade our equipment, and then we're in the end game. Evo percent incoming? I mean, that could be fun. I mean, it kind of sounds like it's actually bothering you, and I think that's fair anyways. It would be nice if it was actually representative of the fastest times in the game, wouldn't it? Right, then we need to say watch and gut, and then stay, and then actually no, we don't want to stay, I just want to save my game. Because if we rest in the bed, of course our cactus gets revived. In fact... Nice one. I was about to say, maybe I should go and remove the other cactus from the party right now, but again, Hexus is rather annoying when the boy is not present, because of weird bug reasons that I'm not quite familiar with. I also went the wrong way around the world, but it's fine. Everything is a tourist anyway, so... This works. If you press 9, it spawns a soldier. Actually, I didn't know that, like on the keyboard 9. A soldier on top of you, to be specific. That's so weird. Anyways, welcome to Hexus. She's the reason why I bought barrels. So this snake lady here, in her base form, uses nothing but physical attacks and Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic notably costs 4 MP. And because barrels completely and absolutely deny any physical damage from Pigma's Glare and anything else, you can see where this is going. This is entirely unnecessary, as we have so much defense thanks to the Gauntlet that even if she were to throw some actual spells at us, it wouldn't be that dangerous to begin with. Yeah, I imagine that's probably just a debug option, or maybe some leftover thing. That's kind of fun. Kind of reminds me of I Wanna Be the Boshi, where you can press the 1 button on your keyboard in order to have Ganon do a specific attack in the Ganon boss fight over there. And you just press the button repeatedly to just lock him into position. Can you spam soldiers when you finish the stage? They just appear on top of you and do nothing? Because at that point you're probably invulnerable, I guess. Can you make a soldier on the overworld? Probably not, because I think that's quite a different game mode. The object probably isn't there, yeah. Most likely. But hey, maybe a different object is gonna be there. Suddenly you summon stage 3 to your location. That would be the guy in the Broadway, pretty much. 24 spell casts of Dispel Magic later, eventually she'll be out of mana. This is usually where I take my break, but I just took like 2 breaks during this run already, so... I mean, it's fun. I don't know, what else is interesting? Well, in the meantime, I've been mining 6,310 ancient essence so far, because I recently got lucky. Are you out of mana? Actually didn't pay attention. She runs out of mana reasonably fast. Yep, she's out of mana. Alright, so now, from here, Hexas actually has 4 different forms she can possibly be in. Her base form, and then depending on how and which direction you are reasonably far away from her, she turns blue into her water form. At the top, it is her form, and at the top right, it would be the fire form, but I think she's too far to the right side of the screen, so we can't see that one. Yeah, can you go a bit further left, Hexas? So we can see the fire form too, because it has nice colors. Come on here, buddy. Oh. I actually don't want her to be in her base form, because in her elemental form she only ever uses spells rather than anything else. There it is, fire form. She's also supposed to have a wind form, but due to programming reasons, she never goes into the wind form. Conditions are never met. Although I don't really know what the conditions are supposed to be either. So what's happening here? The barrel breaks her eye? No, she's trying to cast spells. She would cast Exploder and Lava Wave, I think, in her fire form. She casts Earth Slide and Gem Missile in her earth form. And she casts Freeze and something else in her ice form, but because she's out of mana, because she casted Dispel Magic 24 times, she can't do that. Also, I'm pretty sure we literally can't hit her right now. Oh, no, we can. Sometimes Hexas is actually kind of notorious for bugging out, where you have to throw a spell at her to deal 1 damage in order to be able to make her hittable again with weapons. It's kind of weird, Hexas does that sometimes. No idea why. Alrighty, good luck to you with your live stream. Thank you for dropping by. What caused her to do Dispel Magic spam? Her base form only has Dispel Magic and Pygma's Glare as moves she can use. Let me try to trigger it again. I think we need to be far left from her. I don't know if I can get her back into the base form. I don't know what the conditions are. But yeah, her base form, when you enter the arena first, she only has Dispel Magic and Pygma's Glare as her 2 moves she can possibly use. So, because I have a barrel, I'm immune to the Pygma's Glare, and she can't go anywhere because the barrel also prevents her Tail Swipe physical attack that occasionally happens. And so the only thing she can ever do is cast Dispel Magic. And if she does that 24 times, she's out of magic, and consequently can't do anything anymore in her elemental forms. Boring. Punch's weapon skill up. Nice. Actually, this means we can charge up our weapon to level 5 now. Great success. which means we get to see a new fancy punch animation. By the way, this is another reason why I kind of wanted to go out of my way to pick up the glove orb through the wall, which, yeah, is definitely not intended to pick up that glove orb through the wall, although I will argue it is not intended for it to be not pick-upable to begin with. Anyways, now we get to see the level 5 glove attack. And it's a flying kick with a roundhouse kick. Or something like that. I don't know what you call these moves. I'm not martial arts familiar. But this reminds me a lot of the moves that you have in games like Double Dragon. Anyways, this guy here, literally kind of like his brethren before, he can't charge at me because I'm at the bottom of the arena. His hitbox is too large. And on top of that, he's probably the stupidest of them all. He casts Wall on himself, which bounces back spells. So far so good. But then afterwards he tries to cast Speed Up on himself. But he can't because he has Wall and bounces the walls, well, the Speed Up spell back over to us instead. So he never gets the Speed Up buff to begin with, and consequently he can never buff himself, so he never actually uses any of his other attacks. Anyways, silly goof moment aside, this guy literally can't do anything if you just hug the bottom of the screen. Also, I suppose this is an opportunity to use Lunar Boost as well, because as long as I'm at the bottom of the screen, he doesn't do damage. Then again, as you could see earlier, when he ran us over with his car, or whatever you want to call it, the lady didn't even take any damage at all, so there's actually a high chance that we have too much defense for him anyways, even if he could run us over. Notably, this is probably one of the most dangerous boss fights in the Secret of Mana remake, because they fixed his broken AI, and he actually gets to be using his abilities and spells, and is reasonably dangerous because of it. But in the original, just hug the bottom wall, it's fine. Boing. And I'm pretty sure we don't have enough money to buy any of the armor upgrades at Neko right now. So I think we're gonna go save and then straight into the Pure Lands, knock out a bunch of the Griffin feet until we have enough money. Because we want an armor upgrade and a helmet upgrade. And then we can punch our way through the Pure Lands. Although let me tell you, punching fire dragons is probably going to be a bit annoying, even more so than punching an axe beak. By the way, this music right now, does anybody know if there's like a rendition of this music out there where somebody plays it on like a flute or something? Because I feel like that could be amazing if you played an actual flute, that song. Would also be really difficult. We have 61,000 monies. Actually, I think that would be enough for an armor upgrade. Maybe. I don't remember how much it costs. I think it was 65,000. With selling our current armor, we would be able to afford it. But I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be able to afford the next thing afterwards. Actually, what happens if you have a elemental weapon on your weapon and then upgrade your weapon? Do you keep the previous version of the weapon? Sometimes your weapon doesn't update after you forge the next higher weapon out of it. Hey look, Griffin Claws, how thematically fitting for where we're going. I wonder whether this might have something to do with it. Anyways, we can hold up and B in order to land at the earliest possible time over in the Pure Lands here. Welcome to the Pure Lands, where enemies will just absolutely murder us. For reference, the gauntlet that has been a cornerstone of my equipment pieces, that is absolutely crazy strong right now, is now the expected equipment for me to have at this point in the game. These Griffin feet are very, very dangerous, and this guy's casting silence. That's gonna be a bit dangerous. Some switching screens. Thankfully, these guys are not terribly smart and just get stuck on the little bushes. So we can... Ooh, that's not a good attack there. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good attack at all. That's fine, they give a ton of experience and some money. Poison? Oh, it did upgrade my weapon, so I don't have the... So the Griffin Claw's poison. Admittedly, I forgot about that part. Not like it's particularly impactful, it's 1 damage a tick. And 1 damage at this point in the game is not a whole lot. Petrification, on the other hand, reduces their current HP by half, which is insanely good at this point. Especially since the petrification takes place before the enemy takes the hit from the weapon itself. So we halved its HP and then dealt 114 damage to this thing just now, effectively destroying its HP dramatically. Such peaceful music and lethal Griffin hands, yes. I think it's kind of a universal experience to get absolutely murdered by these Griffin hands when you first land here. I distinctly remember in my very first playthrough when I was a kid, we decided to just use barrels and walk through this dungeon, or this area here as far as we could, just barrel the entire time. Then we defeated 1 boss, because bosses were easier than the enemies. And then went back to buy more barrels. And just barrel our way all the way to the next boss. We didn't actually fight anything in here, because we were just getting absolutely destroyed. Ow. And truth be told, that worked actually pretty well, I would say. Okay, I almost got 1-shot there. I think it's because I still had Lunar Boost active. I didn't even mean to use that, but it just happened. You think there are 2 groups of kids who play RPGs, those who use their items a lot and those who never use them? That sounds about right. But this was my very first RPG. I had no concept of grinding, leveling, or item management, or anything like that. Thankfully, in Secret of Mana, you don't really need item management for the most part anyways. Like, sure, you could run out of mana, but the sprite spells are just strong enough to punch through everything anyways, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Right, 1 more set of Griffin hands. And then we go and see if we can afford the new armor. With the new armor, we're gonna not be necessarily good to go through this area, but it's gonna be significantly easier. Like, to put this into perspective, as a kid, I had no idea how I actually earned any money. To me, it suddenly was like, oh, I have more money now. I don't know how I got money, because, you know, there's specific enemies. Wait, wrong place. There's specific enemies that drop money specific, like the rabbits give 4 gold, the goblins give like what, 16 gold or something like that when you got a chest from them. I didn't realize that this was not the only way in how you can get money in the game, because enemies just giving you money as you defeat them, or experience for that matter, was such a foreign concept to me. The only thing I realized was, oh, if I keep using my spear, the spear is gonna level up higher. So I just kept using the spear because I really like the attack animations. You're trying hard to transition from the latter to the former. Ending a Final Fantasy game with 19 elixirs is not actually useful. Useful? No, but kind of funny, I have to admit. The thing is, the more I know a game, the more I'm willing to use the items. But that's kind of the crux of the issue. Yeah, we have just enough money. That's kind of the crux of the issue. If I don't know the game to a T, then my willingness to use items is very low. Then again, it's also, for me, at least nowadays, it's also a different kind of concept where, you know how in Pokemon you can use items in battle in order to make stuff easier and much more efficient, heal your Pokemon? At this point, nowadays, to me it's more of a challenge to see, alrighty, sure, I could use an elixir here, but can I squeeze out a victory without using extra help? Like, for some reason, I'm just happy to do like self-imposed challenges just randomly all over the place in order to see, alright, can I do this without using items? Is this a possibility? Just to see if I can or not. So nowadays, it's less about whether I can do these things, more about can I not use items and still succeed? Admittedly, there's like one game where you sell elixirs for 10,000 gold, and that's, I immediately saw like, oh, elixir, sure, it's a full HP and MP heal, but it sells for 10,000 gold. I immediately sold it and bought all sorts of other stuff instead, because I knew I was not gonna use that. Anyway, speaking of not going to use that, I'm gonna buy a little bit of armor for my allies here, because I'm going to do a little magic trick in a second. And it's wild that keep using the spear and it gets better is a relatively rare form of power progression. Yes. I mean, admittedly, there are good reasons why you might not want to do that, because it's also kind of a sunk cost thing, right? Where if you have an RPG where the stuff you use more, it gets leveled up, it's also kind of really difficult to try out other things, because you already have invested so much time into using the sword or whatever. It's kind of difficult to justify switching away from it, because suddenly you're gonna be so much weaker now. So it's an understandable thing to not do for other RPGs. But I kind of enjoy it personally for the most part. But I'm also the type of person that is absolutely willing to just go ahead and switch out stuff anyways, even if I'm significantly weaker for a while, just to try out things, right? But it's also very understandable if, you know, people tend to be reluctant to do so. Alright, so I equipped my secondary characters that are mostly just doing nothing, and I'm going to send them on a vacation into Snowman's Land. If you've never seen this one before, it's gonna be fun. So, this is a glitch. I'm going to be using a glitch. Attention, this is not gonna be glitchless, because there's no way to normally remove characters from your party. However, what I can do is the following. First of all, I'm going to position these blue blobs into a more appropriate position. Specifically, I want to be able to push these blue blobs into the top right against the wall. So I'm going to just balloon them so they can't do anything. And then we're just gonna push them into the top right wall. Afterwards, we're gonna take one of our characters, get them snowman, Come on. Oh, you don't have enough defense, do you? The boy probably has enough defense? Yeah. We wait a little bit until the damage number there just settled on the ground. Then we quickly switch to another character and use a medical herb on the character. So what this does is it allows me to remove the snowman status from the character. However, because I waited a little bit before I used the medical herb, the game doesn't immediately remove the snowman sprite from the game. And consequently, the boy will be able to walk around as a snowman for a short while. However, the game doesn't necessarily know what to do when you have a snowman that is pushing into enemies. So I just walked upright into enemies. The snowman does not have a pushing animation, and as a result, the game just does some random things, more or less. And it just so happens when you push an enemy as a snowman to the top right specifically, your character just gets deleted from the party. It is really weird. I don't exactly know why that happens, but it works. So we're gonna do this one more time. Sprite needs to take damage, there we go. Number settled, use a medical herb. Switch to the sprite, hold up right, and they're gone. Switch back to the lady, and we're getting out of here. And with this, we have deleted 2 of our characters from our party. And now it is a true solo character challenge run. I couldn't really do this before because we needed a sprite in order to open up various doors with elemental magic, but that is no longer required. And I couldn't really delete the boy. Well, I could have deleted the boy, but again, for some reason a bunch of the bosses just bug out and you can no longer hit them with physical attacks for a while if the boy is not present in the party. But now, I also don't have to worry about ghosts just following me everywhere anymore because we don't have any anymore. As a kid, you were kind of a clever idiot who abused enemy respawns in Faxanadu so you could buy the strong shield magic near the start of the game. I did that too! Like, I distinctly remember thinking, wait, you can't really come back here, because I knew a little bit further up ahead in the game what was there, and I couldn't figure out how you would possibly be able to get back to buy that shield, or as I called it back then, snealed, because the H looked like an N and I didn't know English, and the game was still in English. So I bought that spell and shield after a long stretch of grinding. Are they deleted permanently? Yes, this is permanent. Unless I used arbitrary script execution, I can't get them back into my party anymore. Actually, I don't even know if you could get the boy back in the party. You might be able to get the sprite back in the party, but I'm really not sure you can get the boy back in the party, even with arbitrary script execution. And the funny thing is, I was speedrunning this game since probably like 2 or 3 years, when I heard for the first time that somebody came into my chat and told me, hey, do you know about this glitch that deletes your character? And I genuinely had never heard about that before that point, just like, no? Are you joking? But I also knew exactly that this game was broken enough that this is absolutely a thing that could happen in this game. I just had never ever heard of it before. Like, I did a lot of research on all sorts of websites about glitches and stuff like that, but I just never came across the concept of the game deleting your characters. 2 chests. Nice. Can we get 3? It's a 1 in 16 chance. Yeah. I never came across the concept of the game just straight up deleting your characters, so that was such a foreign concept to me. Also, we're gonna level up a little bit of Sylph here for the analyzer levels, because I'm pretty sure this is like level 7 required until we can disarm the traps, so it's gonna take a bit. But yeah, I had never heard of that one until somebody came in my chat and said, hey, do you know anything about that glitch? And I did not. And it was really difficult to find any information online. And the first time I ever found any video evidence and footage was actually over on the Japanese website called Nico Video. If you don't know Nico Video, it's basically the equivalent of YouTube and Twitch. where you can live stream and upload videos. It's just mostly in the Japanese region. And that was the first time I ever found that. Then I relayed that information over to the TAS Videos forums, where a very prolific and knowledgeable user called HHS was, who knew way too much about Secret of Mana, still probably knows way more about Secret of Mana than I do, and figured out exactly what was happening there. HHS also was the person who figured out what happened to BJW's breakthrough in order to figure out the arbitrary script execution, by the way. So he figured out as to what was approximately happening, and after a bit of experimenting I could reliably reproduce deleting characters from your party. It's never useful in the speedrun, but, you know, it's kind of nice in the challenge run where I can make it a true solo character challenge in the end. Oh, wait, I was able to disarm the trap of that chest. I thought I needed level 7. Is that only Mana Fortress where you need level 7? Oh yeah, we can already disarm these traps. Okay, so when the black chests are blinking red, this means you succeeded in guaranteeing that the trap is not gonna trigger. Normally, every chest where you don't have high enough agility level relative to the enemy, it has a 50% chance of triggering a trap, but when they are blinking red after using Analyzer, it does not mean danger. It means that the trap is now disabled, so we can guaranteed get an item from it, and usually, most of the time, it's gonna be the common drop, but rarely we get the red drop. That's such perfect timing, dude. The Dragon Ring is, in fact, the red drop. On cue. Indeed. The Dragon Ring, is not a useful item, unfortunately. This is arguably the least useful of one of the bunch. Like, it has 2 more defense, but it also has absolutely no additional effects. It's just slightly more defense, and it really doesn't matter that much because the gauntlet I have increases my strength by 5, and because of multipliers, that's a lot of extra damage that I'm losing when I don't use the gauntlet. Just like that, yep. So, we're actually not equipping the Dragon Ring, unfortunately. But it is one of the items I need to get in my Secret of Mana 100% run at the end of the year. And because it's a rare drop, sometimes some of these rare drop items take a really long time until you get them. That's just the nature of it. Alrighty, let's guarantee critical hits. 6 critical hits now at level 5. And this is actually one boss where I do want the extra defense, because I have just about enough defense to mostly not take any damage from the physical attacks from the Dragon Worm, but with armor up, I think I guaranteed not take any damage unless I get pygmied. If I get turned into a tiny person, I will actually take extremely substantial damage from the attacks. Petrify Gas does no damage. Unfortunately, it does interrupt my charge attack, so that's unfortunate. Burst Idea is also just on the cusp of almost dealing no damage, so it largely doesn't matter. Dragon Worm has such an erratic movement, and because it also has evasion, it's often kind of difficult to hit him, so 30% of the time, I'm just missing my attack and there's nothing you can do about it. I usually charge up my attacks against the Dragon Worm, because frequently enough you can't like just wail on him like you can on other bosses, where you can attack him whenever your stamina just immediately recovers. I don't know if this is actually the correct strategy, but it's kind of fun to just see big numbers go boom. But that's my entire reasoning. I need to make sure that I don't attack him when he's about to cast a spell, though, because it will interrupt me. He has also substantially more MP than the other worm. Okay. By the way, I think on top of these rocks, he might be invulnerable to physical attacks, because he might be considered on high ground. I'm not entirely sure about that. So it's entirely possible that this might have been evasion, but it's also possible that the Dragon Worm was just immune because it was on top of a rock. There we go. 779 damage. Pretty good. Getting lucky that we're not getting Pigmeat. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not worth charging up the attack. He might be on high ground, or we're on the stump as well. Also, my defense up definitely has worn off by now, so let's just re-establish it. Balloon Ring and Petrify Gas, I believe, have weirdly low attack power. So, unless they deal any damage, we actually don't get any of the statuses. But this is kind of where we don't want to lose Lucid Barrier. Because once again, Lucid Barrier, even if you do take 0 damage thanks to having high enough defense, if a status effect is applied to the attack that gets blocked through Lucid Barrier, the status effect actually guaranteed lands on it instead of being blocked as well. So, using Lucid Barrier, I would get petrified and ballooned here, I think. Probably. I might be wrong. I have to admit I'm not keen on testing this right now. This guy is also so erratic. It's really nice when you can cast spells on him. But this is approximately the point where, for the most part, while the lady does have offensive spells, enemies have high enough elemental or magic defense that unless you hit their weakness, you probably do not manage to punch through their defenses with the spells for the most part. However, what is also possible is that the Dragon Worm might be invulnerable to my physical attacks right now, because the boy missing from the party can kind of result in stuff like that. Because I believe it was explained to me at some point where it's possible for some enemies and bosses to get their position reset, like their height elevation reset, to the same value that the boy has. But because the boy is deleted and he doesn't have a height elevation value, it might be technically an unreachable value right now where I literally cannot hit the Dragon Worm with my physical attacks. One way to fix this is to cast offensive spells against him that deal some damage to it. Of course, this is supposed to be a punch-only run, but I literally cannot hit it right now. Like, I think at the point where I was, it was statistically improbable that that bug did not trigger. Ooh, he hit me. Although this thing might be out of MP soon, considering how many spells it got off so far. I guess I could check with Analyzer. Actually might be out of screen here. Nope, let's see. 48 MP, never mind, he still has a bunch. Dragon Worm Fear, still fit. Yeah, I don't think Balloon works too well on him, unfortunately. And of course, elemental weapons don't actually deal elemental damage in this game. So... well, funny enough, using Sylphid Weapon actually still probably the best damage boost I could get from elemental weapons regardless, because they do increase your base damage just a little bit. Anyways, gonna run out of MP. First light costs 3 MP. It's actually entirely possible, I guess, that I didn't actually hit him when I thought I did. Level 6 charge attack is nice on most weapons because it's like a big area of effect attack. So I will hit him if he is hittable, but of course my chance to hit him might not be the greatest. What I could actually do, funnily enough, I could remove this guy's evasion if I want to go the extra mile, if you will. I could cast Wall on myself and then Lucid Berry myself, bouncing Lucid Berry, not Lucid Berry, Lunar's Boost onto the boss here. And Lunar Boost removes his evasion. So at least on that side I would be able to hit him. Rude. I think he actually needs to hit you with like damage roll in order for it to pygmy you whenever he hits you there. I might have too much defense for that to happen. Although, I'm actually surprised that's the case. So yeah, this guy's obnoxious to hit with punching weapons. But you think this guy is obnoxious? Just wait until you see the Fire Dragon. My goodness. That's gonna be a nightmare and a half. I might actually want to level up Lumina, just so we can deal with the Fire Dragon standing under him so he doesn't move. Because you normally take a ton of damage while doing so. There's a funny thing about the shop that you mentioned. You are able to go back there with Wing Boost later on in the game, but you never had the patience to just go back later. The thing is, I never managed to get far enough in that game to have any chance of ever going back, I don't think. I think actually the big problem was that I didn't know how to get a Mattock. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we cannot hit this guy still. I'm gonna cast one more Flame Bouquet on him. I'll actually do this. Recover my MP. I'm gonna cast one more Flame Bouquet on him. Sorry, it is going to deal 1 damage to him, but I'm pretty sure he is unhittable right now. This guy's so annoying. Okay, Flame Bouquet, Fire Bouquet. It might actually reset his height to the top of the stump right there, so there's actually still a chance that I can't hit him right now still. My goodness, it's such a perfect opportunity to hit him, but he just keeps casting Earthlight. He's gonna be out of MP soon. It's fine. Xanadu's boss fights were never balanced, with the shield and magic axes in your mind. They had most of the game trivial. Interesting. You beat the game by watching your sister play it. There's a point where you can just buy Mattocks from stores. But you have to find the first Mattock yourself. You always thought that was dumb. It's definitely weird. Like, the game is so strange, but also fascinating. I actually kind of like it. It's definitely a product of its time in terms of design, but it also kind of makes it endearing to me personally. I think the furthest I ever got in Xanadu is where you're supposed to go and resurrect the well, and because none of our family members knew English, we were not really sure as to what the heck we were supposed to do at that point, so we were just stuck there, unable to do anything. Okay. Dude, I would like to be able to hit you again. So I'm gonna once again cast Fire Bouquet, hope that we adjust your elevation to this level now. Can I hit you now, please? Oh, he still has Earthlights, I thought he was out. Come back, you clone. I can't hit him. See, this is the danger of deleting the boy, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what? I think if I reset the console, the boy's value is probably set to 0 again. Ooh, we got murdered anyways. He got a high roll on us on the eating attack and then just comboed us. So actually, I'm pretty sure now all of the values should be reset. And the boy probably no longer blocks our progress because I assume his height value is just reset to the base level, which is probably 0. So it should be fine to be able to hit that guy now. You can tell Xanadu was heavily inspired by Zeliard, but they just didn't manage to capture the crispness of the movement. I actually have no idea what Zeliard is. Never heard of that one, to be honest. Here is the desert. Zeliard only came out on PC-88, Sharp X1 and MS-DOS. You grew up with it on DOS. Well, we did have PCs and DOS for what it's worth. But it just doesn't ring a bell. Save your game, yes please. Alright, from the Kakara Desert here, it's actually a straight shot over to the volcano, so this is a much better save point. Oh yeah, that actually means I don't have the dragon ring anymore, doesn't it? Huh. Shame. Not like I need it, but it was kind of fun to have some more rare drops. But it was also not important enough for me to go back and save after getting it. There's like some items that prevent you from getting minied, but I believe we actually don't get access to those until the Mana Fortress. I think it's the fairy armor that prevents you from getting minied. Could be the fairy ring. I'm not entirely sure. So I knew there was one more enemy knockout for a level, so I was willing to go there. You love the Xanadu as well, but you'll be honest, it took you forever to find someone who didn't go fuck Xanadu when you asked about NES RPGs. It's a very strange one. Weapon skill up. When we enter here, I didn't actually know. Why does that happen anyways? We just gained weapon experience for entering here. I actually forgot that we didn't have that level. As you can see, we just hit him. No problem. We're gonna hit him most of the time. Although still a decent chance of missing. But you can clearly tell that he was bugged out. I'm just gonna stay up here, so hopefully he doesn't get knocked over. Some other stuff. Come back. I'm pretty sure that did not connect with him, physically that is. Like, it was not a chance to hit him. I'm pretty sure we didn't hit him at all. He did open his mouth, but he didn't get to hit me, so that's reasonably lucky. I guess that technically means Xanadu might be considered the first RPG I played. Now that he mentioned it. Nice. 2 hits. I genuinely have no idea what triggers him being unhittable. Although I will say, if just saving and resetting the game after deleting the boy fixes it, then maybe it's fine to just delete him earlier. We can delete... Ooh. we can delete the boy as early as soon as we get any access to blue slimes, which the first time is in the sewers. So we could have done that all over there already. That's unlucky. Maybe I should just defense up consistently. Also, I will say, I will probably finish this run tomorrow. I was just kind of trying to knock over the dragon worm just now. And then I'm probably done for today. I had much better sleep too today. They're still not good, to be honest. Well, at least I was able to stream for a little bit longer this time around. Right. Punch. There we go. We leveled up our things. Let's go. Hello, big friend. I'm back. You don't know that I'm back. Technically, the lady doesn't know that we're back, because in this version of the alternative universe, she didn't actually die yet. Yeah, I was pretty sure that would not get, to be honest. It's kind of a weird thing where I have a good sense as to whether certain attacks will hit the enemies and bosses or not. But it's really hard to put into words as to when I think I have a good idea on when I can hit them and when I cannot. I was pretty sure when I'm on top of him like that, for some weird reason I don't deal damage. But then again, frequently enough, I prove myself wrong by just trying the things I think that don't work again, and suddenly they do work. Which is always amusing. Such as using the boomerang on Spiky Tiger. I thought it didn't work at all. I still don't know the connection as to when the boomerang actually can hit the Spiky Tiger on the tower, but sometimes it does. Oh nice, I hit him. Would you recommend Zeliard as a game, if I might ask? Also, what type of game is it? Okay, we can hit them here. There we go, nice. I'm going to recast Gnome defense up. I think this should guarantee that we don't get Pygmy, but I'm really not sure if this is how it works. It could just be a low chance of getting Pygmy instead of anything else. And I might just get lucky instead. Also, as usual, whenever an enemy is casting a spell, they're also invulnerable to damage for the casting duration. It's just a lot less obvious on them. Right there, he could actually have been casting Curse Light, and it would have been invulnerable, but he didn't, so I got lucky. Oh, that could have been a get-up attack. That might have been in range, but we didn't get lucky enough to actually hit him. With the chance of hitting at least. You had to double check, but yeah, for Xanadu was your first RPG as well. You beat it when you were 6 or 7. Nice. Yeah. It's such a strange game. Nice, we got him. But I really enjoyed going back to Vazana and actually playing it out. And by the way, there's a straw poll currently going on for games that I have played in the past, well, except for Might and Magic and Eye of the Beholder. These two games I have not played, but it's always fascinating to me to think about games of old that I have briefly played as a kid and was completely mystified as to how the heck, what am I even supposed to do? How do you progress? What is this world? Why are these people talking so much? I don't like reading. That's not true. I kind of liked reading, but only if I needed to. I did, because it's just like playing and see what happens when I press the buttons. Anyways, everybody, I think I'm done for today. This is a good 5.5-ish hours, was it, today? Actually, it's like 6, pretty much. And tomorrow we're gonna finish this run. I honestly don't think this is gonna be too difficult, but on the bright side, we have a little bit of extra time for people to maybe give me some other suggestions for games to play in the future. Or, if you'd like to be like that, in between games that I play as like a fresh first playthrough more or less, I like to return to old favorites once in a while. So if you have a particular game you'd like to see me return to that I have played in the past and you enjoyed me playing, do let me know about that as well, so I can maybe know and get some ideas as to what else we could play. So for now, everybody, once again, thank you so much for your company. Thank you so much for being around. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. Bye bye.